I'm gonna listen to that, see if we get volume and if it's okay.
Make sure the audio is there. At the moment, the audio is. This camera is. I can see the left one.
Yeah.
Could you just before can you just talk into the live streamer?
Yeah. Welcome everybody to the live stream.
Austral Wheel Race Carnival for 2025. My name's Tom McQuillan. I'll be bringing you the action over the next 4 days. We are moments away from commencing our first event of this 4 days of fantastic track racing, which will be a para-flying 200 metres. We've got 5 athletes ready to take to the start line, and we'll be bringing you the action shortly.
Yeah, only I was just like, what is that noise?
Might even back it off a little.
Yeah, back it off.
You turned it off now, but
Yeah, it's fine. I know.
But you've got your stuff on there as well.
Yeah. The only one.
So our first rider of our 4 days of track racing now out on the course. This is Matthew Gray from X-Speed Cycling Club over in WA, the 2-time Paralympic champion. So he will shortly be up and he will put down our first time of this carnival.
So, do you want me to film or do you want to talk?
Go ahead.
And then I'll come over and I'll
So the rider from Western Australia slowly accelerating here, getting ready to launch into his flying 200 metre sprint. All right, there's the bell. Matthew Gray kicks us off. He's coming in to start the clock here for his flying 200 metres. The rider from WA now powering up the back straight, turning those legs over very quickly. 5.652 at half distance. Comes up, crosses the line, stops the clock, 11.378 seconds, an average of 63.3 kilometres an hour. Off the track, our next rider, Max Sudoltz from Vikings Cycling Club in Tuggeranong in para categories in cycling on the track, are classified from C1 to C5 based on their level of physical impairment, C5 being the lowest level of physical impairment. So Max Sudoltz now gets the bell, heads in to start his flying 200 metres, the rider from Canberra. So he's got a time of 11.376 to beat. He's slightly behind at half distance. We'll see how he measures up as he comes up towards the line. He stops the clock, 11.709, an average of 61.5 kilometres an hour. So our next rider up, Bo Wooten from Port Adelaide Cycling Club. You can see him in second position on the tandem there, wearing the skin suit of the South Australian Institute of Sport. We'll see a lot of riders in the sassy red and navy blue taking to the track over the next few days. So Bo and his sighted pilot slowly starting to increase their tempo. Under 19s to the start area, please. Under 19s to the start area as Bo Wooten fires up here, drops in to start his flying 200 metres. Heading up the back straight now, both riders with a very good turn of pace there, 4.94 seconds. Coming up towards the line, they'll stop the clock, 9.950, clocking an average of 72.4 kilometres an hour. So that concludes our para riders who are laying down flying 200 sprint times. We'll now move on to our junior men. Our first rider up is Ewan Grierson from Norwood Cycling Club. So the rider from Norwood wearing the colours of the South Australian state team. So we'll be having our under-19 men setting flying 200 qualifying sprint times for the next little bit. The fastest 16 riders will progress to the next round of the sprints. As Ewan Grierson's now started his flying 200 metres, the rider from South Australia clocks 5.782 at half distance. Coming up to stop the clock now for his qualifying time, 11.567 for Ewan Grierson, an average of 62.2 k's an hour. So with 16 riders in our men's under-19 sprint competition here today, these flying 200s will determine the riders' seeding.
judges back on. Whenever you're ready, come.
Yeah.
Okay, and back on you then. We're just sorting out you've got a camera. I'll slide down. That one I'll put away. Yeah, I think we have to buy some new HDMI cables.
The one on that camera is longer, so I've got them around the wrong way for you know how far away they are, but we can move these further. Trying to get out from underneath the middle.
They're all set beautifully before.
Yeah, I know. Alright, good.
Turn 4, comes up to the finish line, stops the clock, 11.152. A new fastest time for the rider from Brunswick.
Okay, I'm going to go to the GoPro. And I'm on judges, so just tell me. Okay, and back on you.
So next up in the orange and purple of Brunswick, Riley Boyd. The third of 4 riders in a row from the club in Melbourne's inner north to take to the boards here today.
Yeah, I reckon what we do is I reckon we just throw it because
We'll use it in a spot where it's not going to move.
Call there from Lockie Trenton, who's just finished his efforts. Go Riley. So good to see teammates supporting each other. There'll be a lot of intra-club and intra-state allyship over the next few days, with riders competing for glory all the way till Saturday night. So Riley Boyd comes through, gets the bell, drops in to start the clock on his flying 200, 11.152 to beat the time of Lachlan Trenton. Riley Boyd is fastest at halfway, 5.503 seconds, comes out of turn 4, straightens up to the line, he stops the clock, 11.108. 0.04 of a second quicker for Riley Boyd and a new best time. 64.8 kilometres an hour for the man from Brunswick. So Noah Brooks, the rider in the black and red of Blackburn Cycling Club, our next rider on track. Fastest time so far, currently 11.108, set by Riley Boyd, our previous rider. Call comes go Noah from inside the infield there. Noah Brooks comes down and starts his flying 200, heading up the back straight now. Good turnover of the legs. 4th fastest through the halfway point. We'll see how he measures up as he comes up towards the line now. He stops the clock. 4th fastest on the line, 11.771, 61.2 kilometres an hour on average for Noah Brooks. So our next rider up, Ravi Hermkins. Ravi's a New South Welshman coming from Central Coast Cycling Club, that club's distinctive orange and blue kit. with the matching orange socks as well. So you know that'll add an extra 5 or 10 watts to his overall performance. So the rider from the Central Coast of New South Wales starts the wind-up now. Ravi Hermkens drops in, starts his flying 200 metres. Keeping a nice stable core as he heads up the back straight. Second fastest at halfway for Ravi Hermkens. Comes up towards the line now, bows the head and stops the clock. Second fastest on the line, 11.114, 6 thousandths of a second slower than the time of Riley Boyd. So only a very, very tiny margin separating Ravi Hermkens from the best time so far there. 6 thousandths of a second. A small enough increment of time that most of us would barely even perceive it. That's not even half of the blink of an eye. So our next rider up wearing the navy blue of the Tasmanian Institute of Sport. This is Max Woodruff from Launceston City Cycling Club. The time of Riley Boyd, 11.108, still the mark to beat for these under-19 men. So Max Woodruff gets the bell now, comes in to start his flying 200, got a good turn of speed as he heads up the back straight. Wouldn't be surprised if he's fastest at halfway. Indeed he is, 5.354, coming up towards the line. Stops the clock with the bike throw, 10.848, a new best time, and the first rider under 11 seconds, an average of 66.4 kilometres an hour. So I dare say the Tasmanian will be happy with that, as that sprint effort has seen him move now to the top of the leaderboard. We're just under halfway through our 16 competitors so far, as our next rider up is Benjamin Woods from Blackburn Cycling Club. He's in the Victorian State kit, the navy blue with the white sleeves. So Ben Woods, normally a rider we'd see in the colours of red and black, the traditional colours of the Blackburn Cycling Club. He's in the Victorian State Blues here as he charges down to start his sprint effort. We'll see how his qualifying mark measures up. So heading down towards halfway, second fastest at the halfway point, turns the corner, comes into the home straight now, stops the clock, second fastest time, 10.851. So that's an even smaller margin, 3 thousandths of a second, separating Ben Woods and Max Woodruff. So for as small as the gap was between Ravi Hermkens and Riley Boyd, the gap between Max Woodruff and Ben Woods is even smaller again. Our next rider up is Mitchell Stevens from Adelaide Hills Cycling Club. South Australian clad in the all black, just accelerating up the back straight. Staying nice and high on the banking, wanting to give himself the maximum possible momentum. Big standing sprint there from Mitchell Stevens as he heads down to start the clock. So the South Australian going up the back straight now. 10.848 the time to beat. He's second fastest at halfway, 5.374. Coming up towards the line, holding it onto the ragged edge. Third fastest, 10.884. So even though he's less than 4 hundredths of a second off the previous mark of the leader, he has to settle for third place so far. So next rider up, Cooper Dunlop from Peel District Cycling Club in Western Australia. Cooper's a rider who dips his toe in a lot of disciplines, races on the road, races on the track. He's been known to have a dabble at cyclocross and mountain bike as well. So the Western Australian now measuring up against the Eastern Staters here. Comes through to start his flying 200 effort. That 10.848 still the time to beat. 7th fastest at half distance for Cooper Dunlop. We'll see if he can improve that as he comes up towards the line, stops the clock. 7th fastest, 11.204 for the rider from WA. The next rider up, another athlete in the purple and orange of Brunswick Cycling Club from Metro Melbourne. This is Isaac Byrne. So Isaac Byrne now picking up speed. And the rider from Brunswick will be looking to beat the time of 11.108 to be the best Brunswick rider, but he'll also have his time set on our current best mark of 10.848 from Max Woodruff. He's now into his start fastest time at halfway, 5.173 seconds. He was 2/10 up at half distance, stops the clock, new best time, 10.546, the new fastest time by nearly 0.4 of a second for Isaac Byrne. Our next rider up in the red and navy blue of the South Australian Sports Institute. This is Luca Pyatt from South Coast Cycling Club. South Coast aren't a particularly big club in terms of members, but they've got a good representation racing here over the next few days. So we'll see how Luca Pyatt measures up in his sprint effort as he starts to pick up some speed. So Luca Pyatt now accelerating as he comes down to start his sprint effort. The rider from South Australia gets the bell. Clock starts there. He's moving rapidly up the back straight. We'll see how he measures up at halfway. Second fastest at half distance, just 0.11 of a second down. He'll be close as he comes up to the line. Second fastest time for Luca Pyatt, 10.702. 0.24 of a second behind the leading time, and an average of 67.3 kilometres an hour. The first of our Queenslanders in this men's under-19 sprint field, Christopher Mullins, now up and riding. So the man from Balmoral looking to kick his track carnival week off with a good strong sprint effort here. Big effort out of the saddle as he comes down to take the bell. So he's got a big gear on that bike, does Chris Mullins. We'll see how that helps him measure up against his sprint competition here. Comes down towards halfway. 10th fastest time at half distance. Charging up towards the line, trying to keep as much momentum as he can. 11th fastest time for Chris Mullins, 11.705. As our next rider up, number 72, Sebastian Topping, also of Balmoral Cycling Club, one of the real powerhouse clubs of Australian track cycling. So the rider in the maroon of the Queensland Academy of Sport picking up speed now. On what is quite a warm morning here in Melbourne. Temperatures expected to get into the early 30 degrees today, and it's promising to be a real scorcher tomorrow. Sebastian Topping will certainly be looking to set a scorching time as he comes down to start his sprint. So the rider from Balmoral heading into the back straight now. Keeping a nice low profile. He goes through halfway, fourth fastest time, 0.18 of a second down. Comes up and stops the clock. Third fastest time for Seb Topping from Balmoral. 0.3 of a second behind our current leader. So Isaac Byrne from Brunswick still holding the best time so far. 10.456. So with 2 riders left to qualify for our men's under-19 sprint. This is Angus Withington from Canberra Cycling Club, one of the riders who represented Australia at the Junior Track World Championships in Apeldoorn in the Netherlands earlier this year. Wearing the royal blue of the ACT Academy of Sport. Starts to wind up his sprint now. So Isaac Byrne's time of 10.456, still the one to beat. So Angus Withington now drops in, flying up the back straight. He's a tall rider, Angus Withington. Third fastest at half distance, but only 0.12 of a second down. We'll see how that measures up, comes through and stops the clock. Fourth fastest time so far, 10.791 seconds. An average of 66.7 kilometres an hour and a third of a second behind the current leading time. And our final rider to qualify for our men's under-19 sprint. Another of the riders who represented Australia at the Junior Track World Championships earlier this year. This is Patrick May from Lidcombe Auburn Cycling Club in Sydney. So the time of Isaac Byrne, 10.456, still stands as the leading time. Can it be challenged by Patrick May? The Sydney sider comes through now. He'll start the clock. Heading up the back straight, turning the legs over nice and quickly. Fourth fastest time at half distance, 0.13 of a second down. How will it measure up as he comes to the line? Third fastest time for Patrick May at 10.740, an average of 67 kilometres an hour flat. And because a quick game's a good game, we're going to move straight into the women's under-19 sprint qualifying. So our first rider in this discipline is Hope Harnetti from Castlemaine Cycling Club in Victoria. Hope was the #1 individual rider overall in series points for this year's Blackline Track League. If you're not familiar with the Blackline Track League, it's a 3-race weekend series, giving young Australian riders who aren't in the junior ranks anymore, so the under-19s, under-21s, under-23s and under-25s, and gives them a track competition to compete in, hoping to bridge the gap between the structure of junior racing and getting involved with the seniors. Hope Harnetti coming through now to set a good time. She was second in the elite competition in the sprint at the Victorian State Championships here over the weekend. So got high hopes for Hope Harnetti. The rider from Castlemaine comes through. She'll stop the clock and set the first time, 11.677 for Hope Harnetti and an average of 61.7 k's an hour. So that will be the benchmark for a lot of these riders. So the Victorian sets a good opening time there, 11.677. As it is Michaela Tobin who took third place in the sprint at the Victorian State Track Championships on the weekend in that same category, who is now on track, the rider from Geelong. So Michaela Tobin, one of many riders in this under-19 field who competed at the Blackline Track League. So the rider from Geelong begins her wind-up as she comes in to start her sprint effort. So Michaela Tobin heading up the back straight, 11.677 to beat. Second fastest at half distance. And the rider from Geelong now coming up towards the line and stops the clock in a time of 14.292. So the next rider up, Sophia Backer from South Coast Cycling Club in South Australia in the all black. 11.677 from Hope Harnetti, the time to beat. Harnetti also the elite women's champion in the kilo, which was held on Sunday. So Sophia Backer gaining momentum as she hears the bell ring. Drops down from the top of the track to start her flying 200. Really putting everything into it as she heads up the back straight. Second fastest time at half distance for the rider from South Australia. Coming up towards the line to stop the clock now. 12.954 for Sophia Backer, an average of 55.6 kilometres an hour. So about a second and a quarter behind the leading time set by Hope Harnetti. So the next rider up, Maddie Pitt, the rider from Perth in the colours of the X-Speed team, comes through and starts the clock. She was one of the stars of the Austral Carnival when it was held here last year, was Maddie Pitt. Second fastest at half distance, just 0.23 of a second behind Hope Harnetti. She stops the clock second fastest so far, 12.07 and an average of 59.6 kilometres an hour. So April Patty, the next rider, taking to the track in the distinctive blue and white stripes of the Balmoral Cycling Club from suburban Queensland. So there are 14 sprint competitors in our women's under-19 competition. The fastest 12 will progress straight to round 1. Our last 2 finishers will head to a ride-off for 13th and 14th place. April Paddy now getting ready to drop in and set a new time. So the Queenslander now heading up the back straight, keeping the legs turning over nice and fast. 3rd fastest time at half distance for April Paddy. So the rider from Balmoral comes through and stops the clock, 12.423, 3rd fastest time so far, an average of 58 k's an hour. So the action today, and indeed for the next 4 days, being live streamed on the AusCycling YouTube page. If you haven't checked it out, I do strongly recommend it. There's not only my dulcet tones, but also an excellent graphics package that show the times of each rider coming through, their gaps to the leaders. And you can also see, if you're looking at the stream at the moment and looking at the standings, riders highlighted in yellow are those going through to the next round. So Alexis Phillips is the rider in the navy blue on track at the moment from Viking Cycling Club, the club based in Tuggeranong in Canberra's southern suburbs, one of 2 major road and track clubs in the nation's capital, along with Canberra Cycling Club. Good representation from both clubs here this weekend. So Alexis Phillips drops in. She's still got Hope Harnetti's time of 11.677 to beat. So the rider from Canberra clocks 4th fastest at halfway. As she comes out of turn 4 and has the line in her sights, she bows her head, tries to get as aero as possible. 4th fastest time at the finish for Alexis Phillips, 12.736, and an average of 56.5 k's an hour for that final 200 metres. So April Catt, the next rider up in the colours of the South Australian Sports Institute. One of a number of riders who are in sassy colours this weekend. It's very common to describe teens as sassy, but specifically this is about the South Australian Sports Institute. So our first time from Hope Harnetti, still standing as the leading time overall. But April Catt will have other ideas in mind about that as she picks herself up out of the saddle. Big standing acceleration from April Catt. Coming through to start the clock, the rider from Norwood in Adelaide's inner eastern suburbs. Coming up to half distance now, 2nd fastest time, just 0.05 of a second down from April Catt. This one will be close on the line. She comes through, stops the clock. 2nd place, just 0.02 of a second slower than Hope Harnetti. An average of 61.5 k's an hour there for April Catt, and 0.02 of a second separating her from 1st place. So our next rider up, the woman who was crowned the Victorian Under-19 Sprint Champion here on Saturday, Alana Lake, wearing the colours of Blackburn Cycling Club, the distinctive black and red. So our 3 leading times so far set by Hope Harnetti, an 11.677, April Catt, 11.701, and Maddie Pitt, 12.07. Alana Lake will look to beat all of those as she drops in to start her 200 metres. The rider from Blackburn is 4th fastest at half distance. She's 1/4 of a second down. Coming up to stop the clock now. And she finishes 4th fastest, a time of 12.284, an average of 58.6 k's an hour, 0.6 of a second off the current leading time. So our next rider up in the white, this is Milan Bradshaw from University of Queensland Cycling Club. Another member of that club, Brodie Chapman, a very famous rider. Didn't do a lot of track growing up, did Brodie Chapman, but she's tried just about every other discipline in the books. And recently won the time trial and the overall at the recent Tour of Bright in Victoria's High Country. So let's see how her UQ teammate Milan Bradshaw measures up in the sprint. Slightly different discipline of cycling to that which Brodie Chapman specialises in. We'll see how Milan Bradshaw measures up. Carrying good momentum as she starts her flying 200-metre sprint. Staying nice and low and aero over the bike. Comes through third fastest time at halfway, 0.16 of a second down. Holding strong all the way up to the line. She'll stop the clock, third fastest time. Breaks the 12-second mark, 11.962. 60.2 kilometres an hour average speed for Milan Bradshaw. So our next rider up, Paige Squire from Norwood Cycling Club. Oh no. So Paige Squire starting to fire up for her flying 200 sprint effort. So another of the riders from Norwood coming through and starting her sprint effort. Very stable upper body there from Paige Squire. Second fastest at half distance, just 0.04 of a second down. This will challenge the time of Harnetti. Comes up to the line. Third fastest on the line for Paige Squire, 11.801. So third fastest time now for the rider from Norwood. 61 k's an hour even for her average speed. As the next rider up, also in the black skin suit, but with a white helmet this time. This is Madison Smith from the Gold Coast Cycling Club. So Madison Smith, the Queenslander. One of 5 Queenslanders in this under-19 women's sprint field. Starts her effort there. The time of Hope Harnetti, 11.677. Still the mark to beat. Madison Smith is 7th fastest at halfway. Comes up towards the line now. Stops the clock. 8th fastest on the line for Madison Smith, 12.482. And an average speed of 57.7 k's an hour over that flying 200 metres. So the next rider up in the royal blue of the ACT Academy of Sport. This is Emily Watch from Vikings Cycling Club. So the rider from Canberra, one of 2 riders in this field from the ACT. So Emily Watch now looking to challenge the time of Hope Harnetti, which has stood since the very first run of this under-19 sprint qualifying. Comes up fourth fastest at halfway, 0.15 of a second down. Will she be able to gain back some time towards the end? Throws the bike at the line, fourth fastest for Emily Watch. So she only lost 0.02 of a second to Hope Harnetti in that final 100 metres. But she wasn't able to gain back any time, so fourth fastest so far for the rider from the ACT. So we're down to our final two riders now. This is Olivia Wright from Balmoral in the maroon of the Queensland Academy of Sport, one of the riders who represented Australia at Junior Track World Championships in the Dutch city of Apeldoorn earlier this year. So Olivia Wright starting the wind up here. So 14 riders in this sprint qualifying. The first 12 will go through to the next round. 13th and 14th going into a ride-off to determine overall placings. Olivia Wright looking at the top end of the leaderboard as she starts her sprint. Very, very solid technique from Olivia Wright. Fourth fastest time at half distance, but just 0.07 of a second down. She comes up towards the line and she will stop the clock. Third fastest time, 11.799 for Olivia Wright, an average of 61 k's an hour. So our final rider to qualify in this junior women's sprint will be Ella Liang. Ella not only represented Australia at the Junior Track World Championships in the Netherlands earlier this year, she took third in the sprint and she's the current national record holder for the 1,000 metre time trial. So another of the riders clad in the maroon of the QAS. Ella Liang getting urged on by her mum Felicity, who's part of the broadcast crew at the top of the track here. Ella Liang firing up now, getting started. The time of Hope Harnetti has stood since the very first rider. Can that 11.677 be beat? Ella Liang, seventh fastest at half distance, but less than 0.2 of a second down. The rider from Queensland coming up towards the line will stop the clock, eighth quickest so far. 12.1 flat for Ella Liang, 59.5 kilometres an hour. So that concludes our under-19 sprint qualifying. Hope Harnetti with the fastest time, 11.677. April Catt from Norwood the second quickest with 11.701. So the top 12 riders will progress to round one of the match sprint, which will be held a little later this afternoon. So we're now getting ready for the first round of match sprints for our men's under-19 competitors. This one will pit our fastest qualifier, Isaac Byrne, against our 16th quickest qualifier, Ben Holmes. Both riders in the colours of the Brunswick Cycling Club. Isaac Byrne with the blue on his helmet, Ben Holmes with the grey. And if you look closely, you might also see Isaac Byrne's wearing navy blue socks as a member of the Victorian Institute of Sport. So we'll now have 8 match sprints in a row for our men's under-19s. The winners of each of those sprints will go straight through to round 2. And then the remaining riders will go through to the repechage rounds, which will be held before round 2. So riders not eliminated from the overall competition if they can't get the win in each of these sprints, but they will have to go through a repechage round that will tax their legs a little more, make them a little more tired. As we see Ben Holmes just playing a little bit of a tactical game here with Isaac Byrne. Isaac Byrne staying forward and below Ben Holmes here, trying to negate the rider in the grey helmet's ability to accelerate by dropping down the track in front of him. Things start to get wound up now as the bell goes. Ben Holmes trying to pass on the outside of Isaac Byrne. So he tries to pass in the slipstream as they come into turn 3. Isaac Byrne isn't having any of it though. Checks over his shoulder and our fastest qualifier will progress. So Isaac Byrne takes the win there over Ben Holmes in a final 200 metres of 12.17 seconds. So our next 2 riders up, our second fastest qualifier from the South Australian Sports Institute is Luca Pyatt. He's in the red jersey with the navy blue shorts. Noah Brooks from Blackburn wearing black shorts. So the whistle from the commissaire blows and the riders' 3 laps have begun. So Noah Brooks happy to ride on the Côte d'Azur, the blue stripe at the bottom of the track, just checking over his shoulder, making sure that Pyatt will have to accelerate around his outside. He wants to come around him there. So by riding on the leftmost part of the track, he's going to force Pyatt to come around him on the right if he wants to come around at all. Pyatt doesn't seem that interested early on. There's a little bit of weaving, ducking and diving there. This certainly looks to be, a bit of a tactical battle, and Pyatt has fallen. So a fall there for Luca Pyatt. Commissaire's whistle blows, so I think we'll get a restart for this one. So the South Australian rider just taking a little bit of a tumble there. I think he might have turned up the track a little too sharply. The most awkward part is that he's fallen on his side and he's clipped in on his lower side. You can have that very awkward feeling of feeling like a turtle on its back if you're a fallen rider and your lower leg is the one that is still clipped into the pedals. Luca Pyatt just checking himself over and making sure there's no lasting damage. Sometimes it is the slower crashes that can hurt you the most. But a few rev-up slaps of the legs from the South Australian there. He looks to be okay. And if you're joining us on the AusCycling live stream, not just today, but across the next 4 days, let us know where you're watching from, if there's any riders you're supporting. We always love hearing from someone's parents, siblings, friends, or maybe your nan who's just curled up on the couch with a cup of tea and some track cycling on. So let us know where you're watching from, and we'll try and give you a shout out over the live stream. Okay, we are ready to resume after that little spill from Luca Pyatt. One advantage the sassy rider will have is that a little spill like that does tend to spike your adrenaline, and in a short event like the sprint that can often be a bit of a benefit. There's probably also a little bit of frustration from Luca Pyatt at falling. All of the bike riders I care to know tend to be happier when they're upright. And noticeably quite a bit more pace in this opening lap from Luca Pyatt and Noah Brooks than the first time around. The South Australian not looking to get into the tactical games that we saw in the first go-round. So Noah Brooks, the rider from Blackburn, in second wheel at the moment. Starts to accelerate in the slipstream of Luca Pyatt. He'll have to try and come around the rider from the south coast. He'll have to attack from second position as Pyatt is now fully committed. So Luca Pyatt leading strongly from Noah Brooks heading down the back straight. The rider from Blackburn not quite in the slipstream. He is closing the gap, but I don't think he will quite get there. So Pyatt just checks over his shoulder to make sure everything's all right. So Luca Pyatt will move on after the minor inconvenience of taking a tumble. From this distance, there doesn't look to be any lycra missing from his skin suit, so that's always a good sign. So our next pairing, our third fastest qualifier, Patrick May, who's in the white helmet. He'll be up against Chris Mullins from Balmoral Cycling Club. So the New South Welshman in the white helmet, the Queenslander in the black. And in my research for this weekend, I've found that New South Wales and Queensland don't tend to like each other all that much. We'll see how this one plays out. So Mullins it is currently in first position. He's got May, who was one of the riders who represented Australia at the Junior Track World Championships, just in his slipstream. And this opening lap definitely tending towards the slower and more tactical side, as Patrick May, having been tempted into taking up first position by Chris Mullins, now they're sort of changing their mind there. Both riders riding side by side and fairly high up the track. Both getting a good eyeball full of each other as they head down the back straight. Patrick May it is who now takes up first position heading into the bell. Chris Mullins will have some work to do, but he is in the slipstream. So Patrick May trusting his legs that he can lead out from a long way and hold it off Chris Mullins. Mullins holding on, but I don't think he's going to be able to close the gap. Patrick May comes through. He'll take the win there. So victory there to New South Wales over the Queenslander. And 11.14 the time that those riders clocked over the last 200 metres. So our next pairing up, our fourth fastest qualifier, Seb Topping. He's in the maroon of the Queensland Academy of Sport. up against Ewan Grierson from Norwood in the colours of the South Australian state team. Ewan Grierson wearing some yellow socks from the Uno X Pro Road team. Handy little souvenir there from wherever he's managed to grab those from. And they match the kit very nicely as well, always important. So topping the Queenslander, leading them off, he's in first place at the moment. Grierson, the South Australian, in second wheel. As the temperature continues to climb here in Melbourne, not just the weather, but also the racing's been pretty hot and interesting so far as well. So 26.5 degrees, the temperature trackside at the moment. We're expecting the mercury to climb into the 30s, the early 30s today, and then it's promising to be a proper stinker, 37 or 38 degrees in Melbourne tomorrow. So definitely summer now here in Victoria. So topping the Queenslander, keeping a close eye on Grierson, the South Australian here. Grierson starting to move up the track to try and get some extra gravity on his side. So coming into the bell now, topping the Queenslander will lead them through. Grierson is right on his wheel. The South Australian right on the hammer of the Queenslander as they head down the back straight. But will he be able to come out of the slipstream and come around? Topping looking strong as he comes up towards the home straight. Grierson tries a late challenge but won't get there. So Sebastian Topping takes the win there at a time of 11.43 seconds over that final 200 metres. So after our first pairing of this men's under-19 opening round of sprints, all of the subsequent pairings have been from different states. Our first two riders on track were both from Brunswick Cycling Club in Victoria, but since then we've had South Australia versus Victoria, New South Wales versus Queensland, and Queensland versus South Australia. We'll now have the ACT and WA. Angus Withington in the blue of the ACT Academy of Sport up against Cooper Dunlop in the white. And something you don't often see in match sprinting, a standing acceleration there from Cooper Dunlop as they got started. Clearly doesn't have a whole lot of interest in the tactical games. Although as soon as I say that, he's slowed right down. He might potentially have a problem with his bike here, Cooper Dunlop. I think that was a point at the rear tyre. So it's an issue with the rear wheel of Cooper Dunlop is what I'm hearing over the radio. So I think he might head into the infield to try and get that sorted out. They might potentially have this sprint match-up on a little later after he's got that sorted. So a bit of a delay in our 5v12 match-up there as our 12th seeded rider Cooper Dunlop has to get his machine looked at. Hopefully it's a fairly quick fix and we'll see him back on track shortly. So our next pairing up on track, our 6th and 11th seeds in the navy blue, the Tasmanian Max Woodruff, in the colours of the Tassie Institute of Sport, up against Lachlan Trenton in the orange and purple of Brunswick. So even though these two riders are separated by a few positions in the overall seeding, their actual qualifying times were very similar. So Max Woodruff, in his flying 200 metres, clocked a 10.848. Lachlan Trenton, 11.152. So 0.3 of a second separated these riders in their qualifying runs. So we should see a pretty close battle here. Woodruff keeping a very close eye on Trenton, staying low on the track and keeping his head tilted to the right. Lachlan Trenton and Max Woodruff both going a bit higher up on the track and accelerating there. Woodruff keeping an eye out, seeing when Trenton might dive down the track, and indeed he now has. Max Woodruff was slightly wrong-footed there. Lachlan Trenton timed that very nicely, accelerated right when Woodruff was looking away. Woodruff was initially looking over the wrong shoulder, but will he be able to make it back at the end? The rider from Brunswick leading into the home straight, but Woodruff closing quickly. It comes up to the line, and it is indeed Max Woodruff who gets it there. The closest of our sprint finishes so far. A good little battle there between Max Woodruff and Lachlan Trenton. Can't really fault Lachie Trenton for his tactics there. He attacked at the right moment. He gained a momentary advantage over the Tasmanian, who was caught napping, looking the wrong way, but had enough watts to come around in the last 50 metres. So our next two riders up on track, another interstate battle, this time between Victoria and New South Wales. In the skin suit with the orange shoulders, that is Ravi Hermkins of Central Coast Cycling Club. And the man in the Victorian blue and white is Ben Woods from Blackburn. So we've just had an update from the commissaires on Cooper Dunlop. He has pulled his wheel, is the diagnosis there. That's classified as an unrecognised mishap by the letter of UCI law, so he will not get a restart. So Angus Withington will progress from that earlier heat and Cooper Dunlop will go to the repechage. Hopefully he can repair his wheel in time to have a crack at those. As we see now on track, Ravi Hermkins, the New South Welshman, deciding to lead from the front here against Benjamin Woods. And Hermkins has got a gap of 20 or 30 metres. Tough to say that Woods is in the slipstream as they come through one lap to go. So Hermkins, unlike most of our other riders so far, has decided to put his cards on the table early. Woods is closing the gap, but he's running out of track to get all the way across. Hermkins really starting to run out of steam as they come into the home straight. Woods accelerating all the way, can't quite get there. Half a wheel in the end. Ravi Hermkins takes the win. So the New South Welshman will progress. 11.51 seconds for that final flying 200 metres. And an interesting contrast to some of the tactics that we've seen before. I think that was more of an opportunistic attack from Ravi Hermkins there. He checked over his shoulder, saw that Ben Woods wasn't following that closely, and decided to crank out a maximum effort attack, and it paid dividends. So our next pairing is our final pairing of our first round of men's under-19 match sprints. This will pit Riley Boyd from Brunswick Cycling Club up against Mitchell Stevens from Adelaide Hills. Boyd in the orange and purple of Brunswick, Stevens in the white. So a South Australian and our Victorian will close out our opening round of men's under-19 sprints here on day one of the 2025 Austral Carnival, presented by Quest Ivanhoe. Almost a little bit of a dummy attack there from Riley Boyd, the rider from Brunswick. Fairly high pace here. Mitchell Stevens seems comfortable leading from the front. Riley Boyd well positioned in the slipstream. He's right on the wheel of Stevens as they come into the bell. So Boyd now starting to try and accelerate around Stevens as they come into turn 3. He's level with his hip, level with his shoulder as they come out of turn 4. Riley Boyd coming through with a rate of knots. Very, very close on the line. I think I'll leave that to the commissaires to decide who got that one. That was less than a rim width, I would say. 11.3 seconds for that final 200 metres. And it was Riley Boyd who got the win in the end. Cannot have been much in that one. So Riley Boyd will move straight on to the second round of our sprint, and Mitchell Stevens will head to the repechage. So we'll now move on to the first round of our under-19 women's sprints. This will pit our top qualifier, Hope Harnetti. She's in the yellow skin suit of the Castlemaine Cycling Club from Central Victoria, and she's up against Alexis Phillips from Viking Cycling Club in Canberra. So the winners of each of these 6 sprints will go straight through to the quarterfinals, and the remaining riders will go to the repechage to fill in 2 additional spots. So off they roll. Harnetti in first wheel. Alexis Phillips sitting in second wheel at the moment. So this week, a fantastic opportunity not only for riders to race against the very best in the nation, make some new friends, make some new rivals, but also to promote themselves on social media, as is the lot of the cyclist, or indeed the modern athlete. And good to see a number of photographers and cameras positioned around the track today, getting those crucial shots of you looking fast coming out of turn 4. So the bell rings. Phillips will attack from second wheel here. Harnetti happy to hold first position now. The rider from Castlemaine just checking over her shoulder, waiting for the attack to come from the rider from the ACT. Harnetti still leading strongly as they come out of turn 4. Phillips will have to make a run late if she's going to make it at all. Doesn't quite get over the top, so Harnetti will progress to the quarterfinals. Alexis Phillips will head now to the repechage, as the final 200 metres there covered in a shade under 13 seconds. So a quick check through the live chat on the AusCycling stream on the National Cycling Body's YouTube page shows that internationally renowned sprinter Tate Ryan is watching along. He asked the chat, "Are you excited to watch the bicycle racing?" I know I am. So our next pairing up on the track now, our second fastest qualifier, April Catt, in the red and navy blue of SASI, the South Australian Sports Institute. She'll be up against Madison Smith, the rider from Gold Coast Cycling Club, who's in the black. Oh, and another fall there. Madison Smith just taking a bit of a tumble. I think, like Luca Pyatt earlier on, that might have just been a result of trying to move up the track at slightly the wrong angle. She's back on her machine quickly though, so it shouldn't be too long till we get a restart. So a quick word to the QAS coach. And Madison Smith looks keen to get back into it. So she's obviously not too badly hurt after that little tumble. We are off and going again. Madison Smith choosing to hold first wheel this time, rather than second wheel where she fell on that last lap. We saw after Luca Pyatt's fall in the men's opening round of match sprinting that he was a bit keen to keep the pace a bit higher after his restart. I think that's still true to a degree for Madison Smith, but it might not be the whole story. She's got the second fastest qualifier from this morning's Flying 200's April Catt in her wheel. So the Queenslander positioning herself in front of and below the South Australian, trying to force April Catt to drop down the track and attack from her right-hand side, where she'll have less advantage. So Smith will lead them in as the bell goes. April Catt in second wheel now, challenging around the outside there as they head down the back straight. The rider from Norwood giving it plenty of beans there and coming around the Queenslander. So coming out of turn 4, it looks like it will be a comfortable victory for April Catt. So the rider from South Australia will head to the quarterfinals, and we'll see Madison Smith a little later on in the repechage. So our next pairing on track, 2 Queenslanders. Rider number 156 in the blue of Balmoral is another April Paddy, and she'll be up against Olivia Wright in the maroon of the QAS. So Olivia Wright in first position as they head up the back straight on lap 1. So both riders from Balmoral Cycling Club in Brisbane, so they'll be familiar with each other. And I'd say the odds are good they will have raced a match sprint against one another before. Plenty of checking over the shoulder from Olivia Wright. April Paddy keeping her head locked forward on the track, almost as if trying not to notice Olivia Wright. They've both picked up the pace now. Olivia Wright looks keen to lead them in as they come up towards the bell. April Paddy will have to attack from second wheel here, but she's right on the hammer of Olivia Wright as they come into the back straight now. Olivia Wright still leading. April Paddy now moving up to her hip as they come into turn 3. Wright still looking good as they come out of turn 4. Paddy doesn't quite have the gas to get across. So Olivia Wright will now move on to the quarterfinals, and April Paddy will go to the repechage. So our next pairing, just getting prepared at the bottom of the track there now. A Victorian and a South Australian. In the black and red, that is Alana Lake from Blackburn Cycling Club in Melbourne's eastern suburbs. And in the all black is Paige Squire from Norwood in South Australia. So Alana Lake, the recently crowned Victorian Under-19 Women's Sprint Champion, will now measure herself up against Paige Squire in this 3-lap match sprint between our 4th and 9th seeds. So Paige Squire, the rider in black, is the 4th seed, the faster qualifier from our flying 200s this morning. Alana Lake, the 9th quickest qualifier. I've just had a quick check of the comments on the AusCycling YouTube live stream. Several other people are also excited to watch the bicycle racing, and we've also got someone tuning in from New Zealand, so good to see that the appeal of the track cycling on this weekend is reaching across international waters. So we will be live here on the AusCycling YouTube live stream for the next 4 days. An early attack here from Paige Squire, the rider from South Australia, trying to deny Alana Lake the slipstream. As they head down the back straight, Lake is closing the gap, but she's also running out of track to get all the way across and past Paige Squire. So coming up towards the line now, and Paige Squire will hang on, wins it by a couple of bike lengths over Alana Lake. So as we saw with the win from Ravi Hermkens late in the qualifying for the under-19 men, an early attack there from Paige Squire. Going with almost 2 full laps to go was enough to see her get the win, with the final 200 metres covered in 12.4 seconds. So our next pair of riders, Emily Watch in the colours of the ACT Academy of Sport, the long blue sleeves. She's up against Ella Liang, the Queensland Academy of Sport rider who won bronze at the Junior Track World Championships in Appledorn earlier this year. Based on having previously been 3rd best in the world, I think Ella Liang might have been a little bit disappointed to have only qualified 8th fastest out of this field. But the good thing about track sprinting is from this point on, it's all knockout. So as long as you're better than the person you're racing, you'll keep progressing. So Liang in the maroon, Watch in the blue. Ella Liang holding a consistent line at the bottom of the track there, right next to the black line. Keeping her head tilted to the right, knowing that Emily Watch If she is to pass, will have to pass on the right-hand side, and as Watch drifts up the track, so too does Liang. So coming in towards the bell now. Liang still very watchful. Neither rider starting their sprint until they were almost at the bell. So Liang is going to lead them down the back straight. Emily Watch in her slipstream at the moment. Will she be able to come around the Queenslander? Ella Liang leads them out of turn 4. Emily Watch, I don't think is going to be able to get there. So Ella Liang, the first of our lower seeds to progress this morning. Though Emily Watch will have another chance in the repechage a little later on. So next up, our final match for this first round of women's under-19 sprinting. This will pit Milan Bradshaw in the white from the University of Queensland Cycling Club up against the Western Australian Maddie Pitt from X-Speed. So Maddie Pitt happy to take first position as the riders get started in this 6 versus 7 sprint matchup. Milan Bradshaw, the slightly faster qualifier from the Flying 200s earlier this morning. But there were only a couple of hundredths of a second in between their two qualifying times. So these two riders should be quite evenly matched, I would say. So in contrast to some of the rounds we've seen earlier, both riders staying fairly high on the track. Milan Bradshaw really trying to limit the amount of space that Maddie Pitt can move in here. A couple of little dummy moves from both riders. Maddie Pitt now starts to increase the tempo, and the riders look like they'll be shoulder to shoulder as they come through and get the bell. Maddie Pitt just lays off slightly as they start the final lap to let Milan Bradshaw take the lead, give her a better chance to accelerate in the slipstream of the Queenslander. Will the tactic pay off for the Western Australian? Coming out of turn 4 now, Milan Bradshaw still leading, Maddie Pitt charging late. Milan Bradshaw will hang on. So Milan Bradshaw, the higher qualifier, goes through there. A good challenge there from Maddie Pitt, and she will need to go through the repechage a little later on. So next up will be our sprint to determine 13th and 14th place in our women's under-19 overall. So Sophia Backer in the black going up against Michaela Tobin in the white. Sophia Backer from South Coast Cycling Club in South Australia. Michaela Tobin from Geelong Cycling Club, just a little south of Melbourne. We've had word of some more international listeners tuning in to the live stream on the AusCycling YouTube page. Someone said it's Nan watching from Liverpool in the UK. So staying up very late over in the UK to watch some sporting action from Australia. It's not the Ashes, of course. It's track cycling. So Sophia Backer, the rider from South Australia, in first position at the moment. Michaela Tobin, the Victorian, now accelerating up around the outside. So both riders almost shoulder to shoulder as they come in towards the bell now. Backer really winding it up out of the saddle as they get one lap to go. Tobin with a bit of work to do in second place if she wants to get back across. Sophia Backer holding strong down the back straight there, increasing the gap over Michaela Tobin. And it looks like Sophia Backer will come through to take the win in this sprint final in 13th place overall. 14th place it will be for Michaela Tobin, the Victorian. So next up, our two riders in our men's C5 para sprint. Max Sudoltz against Matthew Gray. So Max Sudoltz in the black with the white helmet from Viking Cycling Club in the ACT. Double Paralympic champion Matthew Gray from X-Speed Cycling Club in WA, wearing the distinctive yellow of the WAIS. So these two riders have gone head-to-head and a number of national championships in this category over the years. Matthew Gray, our fastest qualifier from this morning. So Gray sitting in second wheel at the moment. Sudoltz happy to try and direct him towards the top of the track if he can. So Sudoltz regularly checking across to Gray to see if he can gain any information from the occasional stare. Gray not really giving anything away as they came through 2 laps to go there. Both riders starting to accelerate now and pick up the pace. So Sudoltz looks like he will lead them through. Gray attacking out of the saddle from second wheel. Sudoltz staying low on the track. Gray going up a little bit higher as they came through 1 lap to go to try and gain some momentum. Sudoltz still leading them as they come into turn 3. Gray has some work to do as they come out of turn 4. He's up to the hip of Sudoltz. Will he be able to get across? He won't get there. So Maxwell Sudoltz from Viking Cycling Club in the ACT takes the win in our men's para sprint. Final 200 metres covered in 11.55 seconds, so really shifted. Rounds for the men's under-19 sprint. This will pit 2 Victorians named Ben Woods in the blue from Blackburn Cycling Club up against Ben Holmes in the orange and purple from Brunswick. So the winner of each of these repechage rounds will go through to the second round of match sprinting. And the cruisers will go through into our ride-off sprint to determine 13th to 16th place overall. Ben Holmes just swinging up the track there, and a little bit of momentum. Drawing level with Ben Woods, who now moves up the track to try and deny Holmes the ability to come around his inside. So their final lap sprint starts. It will be Woods who will lead them down the back straight. Ben Holmes is in a good position there in second wheel. Will he be able to accelerate and come out of the slipstream with the rider from Blackburn? Ben Woods looking strong as he comes up toward the line. So Ben Woods will progress to round 2 of our men's under-19 sprints. And Ben Holmes will be heading to our ride-offs for 13th to 16th place. So 12.09, the final 200 metres there for Woods over Holmes. As the second of our 4 repechage heats for the men's under-19s coming up to the lines now. This will pit Noah Brooks, who's in the black and red of Blackburn Cycling Club, up against Mitchell Stevens, who's in the cream jersey from Adelaide Hills. So Noah Brooks just adjusting his helmets as they will let go there. So he takes up second wheel behind Mitchell Stevens. So it is the Victorian currently trailing the South Australian at the moment. Mitchell Stevens keeping his head consistently turned to the right, keeping an eye on Noah Brooks. Both riders starting to increase the pace as they come up to a lap and a half to go. A standing acceleration there from Mitchell Stevens. He looks keen to take this from a long way out if he can. Noah Brooks also accelerating out of the saddle to try and get into the slipstream of the rider from Adelaide. Mitchell Stevens has got a good gap. It's probably 3 lengths as they head down the back straight. Noah Brooks with some work to do to try and close it down. As they come out of turn 4, Mitchell Stevens checks over his shoulder and he will take the win. So Mitchell Stevens, the rider from Adelaide Hills Cycling Club, will progress to round 2, and Noah Brooks will go to the ride-off for 13th to 16th place. So our next pair of riders, Lachlan Trenton in the orange and purple of Brunswick. He'll be up against Chris Mullins from Balmoral. So the third of our 4 heats in the repechage. We'll see Lachlan Trenton, the rider in the orange and purple from Brunswick, up against Mullins in the all black. So Mullins in second wheel, the rider from Balmoral Cycling Club in suburban Queensland, as they come past the Volks Coffee van, who are still over in the back straight there, slinging a variety of caffeinated and cooling beverages to those who might need them. The temperature is consistently picking up here in Melbourne. It's heading towards 30 degrees Celsius. So Trenton keeping a close eye on Mullins here. Both riders quite high up on the track. Trenton the first one to dive down as they come in towards the bell now. Both riders with a full standing sprint. Trenton in first position, Mullins in second. So the rider from Brunswick leading them down the back straight. Mullins comes out of the slipstream quite early there. He's up to the hip. It is of Trenton now. He's made some progress, but he isn't all the way across as they come up towards the line. Trenton takes it. So a win there for Lachlan Trenton. That'll keep him alive in the overall sprint competition. And Chris Mullins will head to our ride-off for some of the lower places. So our fourth and final repechage heat for the men's under-19 sprint coming to the line now. In the white, there's Cooper Dunlop from Peel District Cycling Club in Western Australia. He was the rider who had the mishap with his rear wheel in the first round. Commissaires ruling that because that was an unrecognised mishap, he was given a loss for that first sprint. But the good thing about the format of this is through the repechages, you will have a chance to earn it back on the track if you've got the legs. And Cooper Dunlop is keen to go from a long way out here. He's attacked very hard in that opening lap, looking more to make it something akin to a kilo effort rather than the traditional match sprint. So Ewan Grierson, the rider from South Australia, has quite a bit of work to do to close it down. That gap is 50 metres, I would say. And Dunlop still holding strong as he comes up to the bell now. Grierson tucked low to try and get into the slipstream of Cooper Dunlop, but he's not there yet. Dunlop still leading strongly down the back straight. His gap is smaller than it was on the last lap, but it's still a good distance. And after being denied the chance to duke it out in the sprint earlier, Cooper Dunlop keeps himself alive in the competition by winning his repechage. So he will move on, and Grierson it will be who will head to the ride-off for 13th to 16th place, which we'll be bringing you a little later on. Have to imagine after that mechanical mishap for Cooper Dunlop earlier, that was a little extra aggression going into the pedals in that sprint. Certainly attacking almost as soon as they were let go as the actions of a man who might have some feelings to work out. So next up is our repechage for our under-19 women's sprint. 3 riders will be battling it out here, so an extra dimension to the sprint racing. So we'll have Maddie Pitt from Western Australia. She's at the bottom of the track in the black, white and red of X-Speed Racing. April Patty from Balmoral is in the blue in the centre of the 3, and in the all black with the long sleeves, that's Madison Smith from Gold Coast Cycling Club. So 2 Queenslanders and a Western Australian, and it is the Western Australian Maddie Pitt who's leading them to start with. April Patty in second wheel in that blue jersey from Balmoral. Madison Smith in 3rd place. So the winner of each of this sprint will move on to round 2 of our one-on-one match sprints. And the riders who finish 2nd and 3rd in these repechages will ride off for 9th to 12th place. Riders still bunched tightly together. They're all starting to pick up now. Madison Smith keen to lead out from the front position there. Maddie Pitt trying to come around the outside as they go into turn one. So the Western Australian probably in the best position of the three at the moment. Madison Smith is going to have to win it from the front if she wants to win it at all. April Paddy in a difficult position to try and progress from here as they come up towards the line. And it is Madison Smith, the rider from Gold Coast Cycling Club, who holds on to take the win after opening up the sprint with probably 300 metres to go in that race, able to hold on and get the result. So that previous repechage pitted Madison Smith, Maddie Pitt and April Paddy against each other. This one will see a battle between Emily Watch, the rider in the light blue of the ACT Academy of Sport, up against her fellow Canberran Alexis Phillips, who's in the navy blue. And then the Victorian in the mix is Alana Lake, who's in the red and black of Blackburn. So, two riders from the ACT, Alana Lake on the back from Victoria. Just one spot left in the next round of competition here. So Emily Watch, the rider in the middle of that trio at the moment, was the fastest qualifier this morning. She qualified 5th quickest, but was perhaps a little unlucky to draw track junior world champion medalist Ella Liang in her first heat. Alana Lake in the red, recently crowned Victorian under-19 sprint champion. There's no slouch on the track either. There's a bit of dodging and weaving from some of the riders here as they're all high on the track and looking to pick up speed. Alana Lake dives down low, following Emily Watch there, so it will be Watch who will lead them into the bell. Alana Lake in second, Alexis Phillips with quite a bit of work to do. So Watch at the front of affairs now. Lake trying to move around the outside. The Victorian moves into the lead as they come into turn 3. Still holding strong coming out of turn 4, and it will be Alana Lake who will move on. So Alana Lake takes the win there.
Can you see if you can get the shooters come get the bike checked and then get them checked off in Austral for us? Is that?
Just future reference.
Yeah.
So a call for all of our riders who will be riding in the team pursuit to head down to our friendly commissaires and have their bikes checked over. So the bike check is just at the entrance to turn 1. So our next events on track will be our Women's Team Pursuit Challenge, where we will have 4 squads of riders facing off against each other, some extremely talented riders in this mix. So each team will ride a qualifying time, with our fastest 2 qualifiers heading to the final, which will be later this afternoon, and qualifiers 3 and 4 heading to the bronze medal final. So we've had an update to our start list. There will be 3 teams riding rather than 4. And a stacked lineup for this first team, comprising Nicole Duncan at the bottom of the track in the colours of the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Alyssa Polides in the navy blue sleeves of the Victorian Institute of Sport, in the Aussie national team kit with the green helmet, that's Sophie Edwards, who was an Olympian in this discipline last year, and Felicity Wilson-Haffenden, the former junior time trial world champion on the road. So our first team in our women's team pursuit now off and going. Nicole Duncan it is, the former junior track world champion, who will lead them out. Polides in second wheel, Edwards in third, and Felicity Wilson-Haffenden, the Tasmanian, in the colours of Lidl Trek, her pro road team, settling into fourth. So 4,000 metres for this individual pursuit, 16 laps of the track. AusCycling coaches giving updates to the team as they go through each lap. Also being videoed from up on high by other folks, so certainly this footage will be reviewed later and stored in the memory bank. So at 500 metres, they've clocked 38.12 out 4 riders in front, as it's now Polides who leads. Edwards looking very stable and strong in second place. Felicity Wilson-Haffenden in third. Nicole Duncan, who started in first position from the pneumatic start gate, now slotted onto the back of the train. Sophie Edwards it is, now leading the team up towards the line. So that's 1 kilometre done. 1:09.120 for the opening 1,000 metres of this 4,000 metre team pursuit. So Edwards' head absolutely rock solid there on the front of this team. Won't be long until she'll hand it over to Felicity Wilson-Haffenden, the junior who has been a pro on the road with the Lidl Trek squad for the last 2 years, as well as a junior time trial world champion. Won that title in Glasgow, I believe. So the rider they call Fliss on the front of this squad now. Nicole Duncan in second wheel, Polides in third, Sophie Edwards in fourth spot. Riders very cohesive so far. Nice small even gaps between them. They've gone through halfway in 2:11.840. So I think a message from the national team coach there to lift the tempo a little bit as Nicole Duncan swings off. So they've lost their one rider they can lose now. So the remaining 3, Polides, Edwards and Wilson-Haffenden, now charging between the 3 of them. So Polides, the Victorian, on the front of the field there in the navy blue of the Victorian Institute of Sport, who has previously been a road professional with the Liverlula Jayco squad, looking to get potentially back into the Women's World Tour over the next year or two. Sophie Edwards, who was part of the Team Pursuit squad that finished in 7th place in the competition in Paris, now driving this team along. Wilson-Haffenden now takes over, as that was 3 laps to go. Riders still with enough oxygen to communicate between each other. So Nicole Duncan gives them a bit of verbal encouragement there as they come through turn 3. 2 laps to go now as Wilson-Haffenden is on the front and driving. Super stable time trial positions from all 3 of these riders, even as they're getting towards the end of what must be a ragged effort now. So 1 lap to go now for our riders. We'll see what sort of time they can set for the other teams to follow. Felicity Wilson-Haffenden swings up the track to allow all riders to finish at the same time. They come through and they stop the clock, 4:18.27. For the first team up, the squad of Nicole Duncan, Alyssa Pilates, Sophie Edwards and Felicity Wilson-Haffenden. So our next quartet of riders coming up to the track now. So starting from the bottom of the track will be Odette Lynch, then Kira Will in the colours of the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Riley McMullen with the teal sleeves, and at the top of the track in the Aussie national team colours, Maeve Plouffe, another of the Olympians in the field here this week. So the time of 4:18.27 from the first team will take some beating, but we'll see if this squad is up to it. All right, off and rolling out of the start house there. So Odette Lynch it is who will lead them out. Kira Will, who's just returned from a weekend of racing over in New Zealand at the Cambridge International, in second wheel. Riley McMullen in the navy blue in third spot. And Maeve Plouffe slotted straight into fourth. So 0.72 of a second slower over that first lap for team number 2. But still 15 laps to try and close down that difference to the first squad out. So Odette Lynch hands it over. It's now Kira Will, the rider from New South Wales, who's driving this team along at the front. The tall figure of Riley McMullen just tucked into the wheel of Kira Will at the moment. So McMullen now leading this trio as they come through 1,000 metres, so at a quarter distance. They're 1.74 seconds behind the mark of team number 1. They claw back a couple of tenths of a second there. It's now a second and a half as Riley McMullen swings through to the back. So the tall figure from South Australia gained back a little bit of time there, hands it over to probably the most experienced track rider of this quartet, Maeve Plouffe. Has not only represented Australia at the Olympics, but has quite a distinguished resume on the road. So they've continued chipping away at the early lead they conceded to Team 1 over the last few laps. Maeve Plouffe swings away, and it's now Odette Lynch back at the front of affairs as they come through half distance, 1.64 seconds down. So the gap sort of holding at just over 1.5 seconds for Team 2 compared to Team 1. Nearly all of that gap was made in the first 2 laps of this event, as the gap now goes over 2 seconds. Kira Wheel leading them down the back straight. This quartet keeping 4 riders together in the squad for much longer than Team Number 1. Team Number 1 had already lost Nicole Duncan by this point, but all 4 of the riders in Team 2 still there and contributing. Riley McMullen really on the ragged edges. He continues driving there. Just able to catch on to the tail of the train, Riley McMullen. No, she swings up the track now. So it will be Lynch, Will and Plouffe who have to forge through the 1,000 metres at the end of this pursuit by themselves. So Maeve Plouffe now leading them. (3,250 metres, 3 laps left. They're 2.35 seconds down on Team 1. Odette Lynch, the rider who led this squad out of the blocks from the start gate at the bottom of the track. 2 laps left. The gap is just over 2.5 seconds. Odette Lynch with a little bit of distance to make up to the back wheel of Maeve Plouffe there. The team can't afford to lose another rider because the time is taken on the 3rd rider to cross the line. Coming through to get the bell now. Kira Will leading them. Maeve Plouffe in 2nd wheel. Odette Lynch in 3rd. Their formation a little bit tighter now. As they come into the home straight, we'll see Kira Will swing up the track. And as they cross the line, they stop the clock 4 minutes 21.027. 2.75 seconds slower than Team 1. So the squad of Lynch, Will, McMullen and Plouffe, 2 3/4 seconds slower than our first team of Nicole Duncan, Alyssa Polides, Sophie Edwards and Felicity Wilson-Haffenden. So our 3rd and final team now getting into position. 4 riders from 4 different states. At the bottom of the track, our defending women's Austral wheel race champion, Claudia Marks. She's joined by Amelie Sanders in the colours of Queensland, Isla Carr from Western Australia, and Liani Vanderberg in the red and blue of Sassy. Off and riding now. Claudia Marks, the rider from the ACT, leading them out at the bottom of the track. The winner of the Austral wheel race last year, represented Australia at the World Championships in Santiago de Chile back in September and October. She's got under-19 national champion in the time trial and the criterium. Amelie Sanders in 2nd place. Isla Carr, the Western Australian, in 3rd wheel at the moment. Recent winner of the women's A-grade sprint classification at the Tour of Bright. And the young South Australian Liani Vanderberg, who was nominated for South Australian Athlete of the Year, holding on to the back of the train. So Team 3, riders from 4 different states. And Claudia Marks comes through and finishes her turn. Amelie Sanders now takes up the pacemaking. As they come through and get a lap check, they're 3/4 second down after 2 laps, but they are ahead of Team 2. So Team 3 ahead of Team 2, but trailing Team 1 at the moment. So Sanders finishes her turn, hands it off to Isla Carr. So all of these riders competed here at the Austral Wheel Race Carnival last year. Claudia Marks obviously had the most successful carnival of any of the riders, winning the big prize of the Austral Wheel Race. But Isla Carr, Amelie Sanders and Leonie van der Berg also putting in some very creditable efforts. Both Sanders and van der Berg only just out of the junior ranks. So at 1,500 metres, they're down to third provisional time, 2.72 seconds down on team number 1. As team number 3, probably the youngest and least experienced of our 3 squads when it comes to team pursuing, but still holding good formation amongst the 4 of them. All very high quality track riders across this quartet. Seems a bit unfair to say that they're the least experienced of this squad, but none of them have represented Australia at the Olympics. At least not yet, anyway. So through 2,500 metres, Team 3 is 6.23 seconds down on the leading time. They'll be about 4 seconds down on the time of team number 2 at the same point. This will all be good experience for these riders. And I'm sure there are names that we'll be hearing a lot in the months and years to come. Leonie van der Berg, the South Australian, now at the front. Marks in second place from the ACT. Sanders in third in the Maroon of Queensland. And Isla Carr, the Western Australian, on the back of the train. So Team 3 has kept all 4 riders in the picture longer than any of the 2 squads who have preceded them. Both Team 1 and Team 2 had lost a rider by this point. And even as Leonie van der Berg swings up the track there, she swings back into formation. So no rider keen for a rest there. It looks like just about all 4 riders in this squad are going to come across the line together, as it's Claudia Marks, the rider who led them out of the start gate, leading them through the bell as well. So the rider from Canberra leads them through there. 8 seconds down as they come into the final lap. Claudia Marks just adjusts her line there so she doesn't swoop down on top of Leonie van der Berg. Amelie Sanders, it looks like it will be the Queenslander, swings up the track and allows Carr and van der Berg to come up and stop the clock. 4:26.788 for team number 3. So I think they will take the bronze, and we'll have a ride-off a little later on between team number 1 and team number 2. So after the conclusion of our team pursuits, we've now got round 2 of our men's under-19 sprint. So this first race will pit our fastest qualifier, Isaac Bruce, up against Cooper Dunlop, the rider from Western Australia who had the mechanical mishap in his first round race but won the repechage. So Cooper Dunlop attacked almost immediately in his repechage heat and was able to win. Isaac Byrne seems alive to that danger. Doesn't want to give the rider from WA too much space. There's a little bit of looking around and some dummying up and down the track from both riders. Cooper Dunlop continuing to check over his shoulder, monitoring the position of Isaac Bruce. The Brunswick rider trusting that he'll have the power to come around at the end. So there have been some games played from Cooper Dunlop, but Isaac Byrne is going to start the sprint here. Tries to drop down the track on the inside of Cooper Dunlop. The Western Australian tries a standing acceleration down the back straight. Byrne with the advantage though. Coming out of turn 4, the Brunswick rider just checks over his shoulder. Dunlop tries a challenge late but won't get there. Isaac Byrne takes the win. A final 200 metres of 11.98 seconds. So our next pairing will be the South Australian Luca Pyatt in the red and navy blue of the South Australian Sports Institute, up against another rider from Brunswick, Lachlan Trenton. So Pyatt, our second fastest qualifier this morning, had a little bit of a tumble on lap 1 of his first round match sprint, but was able to win the restart. Lachlan Trenton, the bronze medalist from the men's under-19 Victorian State Championships held here on the weekend. So the South Australian keeping a close eye on the Victorian for the time being. So Luca Pyatt continuing to check over the shoulder here. Increasingly getting a gap between Lachlan Trenton. Continues checking over his shoulder and now really starts to send it down the back straight. Figuring that Trenton is probably out of the slipstream and Pyatt can trust his one-lap power. Trenton with some work to do to get back across, but he's certainly not given up just yet. Pyatt looking strong leading down the back straight. Trenton is closing in, but there's a lot of distance to cover between his front wheel and Pyatt's back wheel. Coming into the home straight, one last check over the shoulder from Pyatt will be enough to see him progress. So final 200 metres covered in 11.87 seconds there. So those riders north of 60 k's an hour. I think the brake might be here. So our next pairing on track, our third and 10th fastest qualifier from this morning's flying 200 metres. Third fastest qualifier in the black is Patrick May from Lidcombe Auburn Cycling Club. He'll be up against Mitchell Stevens in the cream from Adelaide Hills. So Stevens keeping a close eye on Patrick May, another of the riders who represented Australia at the Junior Track World Championships earlier this year. Pace increasing from both riders as there's matching standing accelerations down the back straight with a lap and a half to go. Stevens still holds inside position, but May starting to come around as they come in towards the bell. So May will drop into first place as they start that final 200 metres. Will Stevens have enough to catch up and come around at the last? Patrick May still looking strong as they come out of turn 4, coming up towards the line. A check over the shoulder from the New South Welshman, but it's enough to see him through. So Patrick May progresses. The final sprint there, clocking 10.98 seconds for that final 200 metres. So our 4th and 9th fastest qualifier matching up in this next round 2 sprint. Sebastian Topping in the maroon of the QAS, up against Benjamin Woods in the Victorian navy blue and white. Almost a full track stand from both riders coming off the start there. But Woods it is who's holding first position for the moment. Ben Woods wearing the colours of the Victorian state team because he is the state champion in the under-19 sprint. Handy to just have the Victorian colours in the cupboard at home, but always a good excuse to bring them out. So Woods just keeping a close eye on Topping here, keeping him nice and high on the track. Topping waits and pauses to try and clear Woods' rear wheel to go down the track, which he does manage to do. So with a lap and a half to go, Seb Topping now starting to fire up, coming into turn 3. Woods now out of the saddle and accelerating. Both riders charging as they come through the bell. Sebastian Topping able to gain a bike length's lead coming into that last lap, but Woods now drawing level to the hip of the Queenslander. Into turn 3. He's level with his shoulders coming out of turn 4. Is he going to be able to get there close on the line? I don't think he quite did. Sebastian Topping won that one for mine. We'll leave it to the commissaires to decide. And it was indeed Sebastian Topping taking the win. 11.32 seconds for the final 200 metres. So the Queenslander from Balmoral getting the better of the Victorian from Blackburn there. As our next pairing just getting ready to go now. Angus Withington from the ACT Academy of Sport in the blue. He'll be up against Riley Boyd of Brunswick. Right, both riders often going there. Angus Withington wearing the white socks with the green and gold stripes that he picked up as part of the Aussie team that went to the Track World Championships for juniors in the Netherlands a couple of months ago. So a very watchful first lap so far. A little half move up the track there from Angus Withington in almost exactly the same spot and the same sort of move that brought Luca Pyatt unstuck earlier in the day. But everyone stays upright this time through. Boyd going high on the track as they go past a lap and a half to go. Tries to move underneath Withington there, but the Canberran alive to the danger. Boyd now moves underneath as they go through one lap to go. So Boyd it is on the inside, Withington on the outside. Shoulder to shoulder going down the back straight. The rider from the ACT moving ahead now as they come into turn 3. Boyd still holding a good position on the inside of the track, but Withington it will be. So Angus Withington taking the win there. A good little head-to-head battle there. 11.13 seconds for that final 200 metres. So Withington takes the win and will progress. And we will see Riley Boyd and all of the riders taking second place in this second round sprint a little later for some repechages. So next up is our final pairing of round 2 for our under-19 men's sprints. So Max Woodruff, the rider in the navy blue of the Tasmanian Institute of Sport. He'll be up against Ravi Hermkins in the orange from Central Coast Cycling Club in New South Wales. So a Tasmanian and a New South Welshman matching up in our final sprint battle of round 2 for our under-19 men. Ravi Hermkins attacked early in his round 1 heat and that brought him success. Max Woodruff keeping a very close eye on him. So it looks like the New South Welshman will lead the Tasmanian through as they go through one lap to go. Max Woodruff accelerating out of the saddle down that front straight there. Now trying to come out of the slipstream of the rider from Central Coast Cycling Club. Ravi Hermkins staying quite high on the track, right up to the red line there of Max Woodruff, trying to deny him space. Close on the line. I think it might just have been Ravi Hermkins getting the win there. I'd say that was the width of about a rim width, I would guess. 11.47 seconds for the final 200 metres for those two riders, as the win is indeed given to Ravi Hermkins. So next up we will have some sprint races to determine final positions in the men's under-19 sprint overall. So racing to determine 15th and 16th place now. Noah Brooks from Blackburn, he's in the red. He's up against Ben Holmes from Brunswick in the orange and purple. So Noah Brooks just checking over his shoulder, keeping a close eye here on Ben Holmes. Brooks moving down the inside of the track. Holmes using a bit of extra momentum he gained from being on the banking to almost draw level with the Blackburn Cycling Club rider. So coming into the bell there. So Holmes around the outside, Brooks on the inside. The Brunswick rider with a bit of work to do to try and come around and secure 15th place for himself. Noah Brooks holding position on the inside there, right on that red line. He's as far as up at the track as he's allowed to be as they come up to the line. Brooks will take it. So 15th place in our sprint competition overall for Noah Brooks, just ahead of Ben Holmes. So our next two riders will be racing for 13th and 14th place overall. This will pit the South Australian Ewan Grierson up against the Queenslander Chris Mullins. So Mullins, the Queenslander, in the black. Grierson in the classic South Australian red, navy blue and gold. So Ewan Grierson, who set the first time of the morning and opened up our track racing Carnival here at Joe Ciavola Velodrome at Melbourne at the Darebin International Sports Centre. Currently in first position ahead of Chris Mullins, the Queenslander. So both riders keeping a close eye on each other. Grierson just watching Mullins out the corner of his eye. Mullins picking up a little bit of speed now from second wheel as they come into a lap and a half to go. Oh, an attempted dummy move down the inside by Mullins, but he will have to accelerate from the outside position here. Grierson on the inside of the track. So the South Australian on the inside, the Queenslander on the outside. Mullins starting to move past Grierson as they come into turn 3. Grierson, does he have anything left in the tank to challenge? Mullins will take it in the end. So Chris Mullins takes the win and he will grab 13th place overall in our men's under-19 sprint. 14th for Ewan Grierson from Norwood Cycling Club in South Australia. So we'll now have a 5-minute break in proceedings before the under-19 men's sprinters come through for their repechages. Just giving them a little bit more time to recover, but there'll be more track racing action here at Disc Velodrome in Melbourne very shortly. So our next round of men's under-19 sprint repechage is getting ready to go. One rider to progress from this group of three, Mitchell Stevens, who's in the cream jersey in the middle of our trio from Adelaide Hills Cycling Club. Lachlan Trenton from Brunswick is at the bottom of the track in the orange and purple, and Max Woodruff from the Tasmanian Institute of Sport is in the navy blue at the top of the track. So Stevens, Trenton and Woodruff now on the track. Trenton leading them at the moment. Stevens in second, Woodruff in third. Woodruff the fastest of the three qualifiers this morning. It'll be interesting to see how the tactics play out. Always a fascinating change of scenery when it's three riders as opposed to two. So accelerating down the back straight with a lap and a half to go. Stevens in the high position looks to lead them as they come in towards the bell. Trenton in second wheel. Woodruff, the Tasmanian, trying to attack down the outside. Stevens is keen to go from long range here, so the rider from Adelaide holding a good gap down the back straight. Woodruff looks to be closing it though. Coming up into the home straight now, it will be between Stevens and Woodruff, but Stevens will hang on. Stevens progresses to the quarterfinals. And a nice little handshake there from Max Woodruff, or at least an attempt at one. It's hard when you're coasting around the track at 60 k's an hour. So Mitchell Stevens will now move on to our sprint quarterfinals. As the riders in our next repechage get ready to go. So this will pit Cooper Dunlop, Ben Woods and Riley Boyd up against each other. So one Western Australian, Cooper Dunlop, just getting into position at the start line now. Woods, the Victorian Under-19 state champion in the Victorian navy blue and white. And Riley Boyd, the Brunswick rider, just slotting in at the top of the track. Off and rolling now. So Cooper Dunlop has shown a tendency to try and lift the pace early in these 3-lap sprints and challenge others to come with him. That's how he was able to win his round 1 matchup. Didn't serve him quite so well in his second round clash against Max Woodruff. And though that was a very fast first lap compared to most in a 3-up sprint, the two Victorians are holding pace with him for now. A lap and a half to go. Cooper Dunlop still seems quite happy to lead from the front here. Checking over his shoulder now to see if there's an attack coming from behind. Riley Boyd, the Brunswick rider, starting to wind up as they come through, 1 to go. So Boyd now moving around the outside of Dunlop, coming down the back straight. Ben Woods, the Victorian champion, with some work to do. Riley Boyd leading them coming out of turn 4. Cooper Dunlop still in the mix. Will he have enough to come around? No, he won't. Riley Boyd, the Brunswick rider, will go through to the next round. And Cooper Dunlop and Ben Woods will be in our ride-offs a little later to determine 9th to 12th place. So we're now moving on to our men's individual pursuit. We have 5 squads for the men's individual pursuit on the start list. So this first quartet of riders contains Tom Cornish. He's just getting his bike fitted into the pneumatic gate at the bottom of the track. He's in the Australian team colours, the navy blue with the white shoulders. Next to him, in the colours of the New South Wales Institute of Sport, that looks like it might be Kurt Ether, the rider from Caish Body Wrap, recent winner of the Tour of Bright A-grade criterium. In the colours of Jaco Alula from last season, 2024. That's Blake Quick. And then at the top of the track in the colours of the South Australian Institute of Sport is Will Holmes, current rider for the Jaco Huggins Berman development team for the World Tour squad. So our first squad of 5 getting ready to go in this men's team pursuit. 16 laps and 4,000 metres ahead of them. All right, they're off and going now. A strong start at the bottom of the track by Tom Cornish, the rider who started his track life as a sprinter and has now turned to the endurance side of track cycling. Blake Quick in third place there, just behind Kurt Ether. Will Holmes on the back of the train. As team number 1 look to set a strong mark for the 4 following squads to chase. So 35.59 seconds as they come through the first 500 metres. Cornish still looking strong on the front of this squad. He now swings up. So Kurt Ether, the rider in the colours of the New South Wales Institute of Sport, the next rider to go. The reigning elimination national champion for the last 2 years is Kurt Ether, and a very handy sprinter on the road as well for the Caish Body Wrap squad. He now swings up out of the way. Blake Quick, former Madison Junior World Champion, along with Luke Plapp, has ridden this year for Rohai Insurance, the Dutch squad. So Quick now swings out of the way. Will Holmes, the rider in the red of Sassy, the next man to come through. As they're almost at the halfway mark now. So their time at half distance will be just the other side of 2 minutes, I suspect, as Will Holmes comes through and leads them over now. 2 minutes, 0.79. So just over 2 minutes. So a good strong start here from these 4. We saw in our women's team pursuit that the first squad up set some very strong times that the other teams were then unable to match, at least in qualifying. So it looks like this could be quite a strong mark early on for team number 1 here. The squad of Cornish, Ether, Quick and Holmes. All right, the call of 3 goes out, as Cornish it is who now swings off the track. So that leaves Kurt Ether, Blake Quick and Will Holmes to finish this one off. Changes made there. Quick it is who's now leading them over. I've always thought that Quick is one of the best surnames a cyclist can possibly have. Blake Quick right up there with the likes of Ben Swift and Kiwi rider Emily Watts. Sorry, Australian rider Emily Watts, Kiwi rider Kirsty Watts. So 2 laps to go now. They clocked 3:27.76 with 500 metres left in this team pursuit. Will Holmes now driving at the front of the bunch. Kurt Ether in second wheel. Blake Quick in third as they come through to get the bell. 3:42.27 with 1 lap left. So this will be south of 4 minutes, I would think. Will Holmes looking strong, coming out of turn 4. He swings up wide so that all 3 riders can come across the line together. They stop the watch, 3:56.62 for their 4,000 metre team pursuit. So a good strong mark early on from the team of Cornish, Holmes, Quick and Ether. So as Team 1 are cooling down, Team number 2 now making their way onto the track. So 2 riders from the QAS in the mix here, Rowan Hayden-Smith and last year's Austral champion Noah Blannon. Jack Dola, rider number 41 in the colours of the WA Institute of Sport, and Josh Duffy in the royal blue of the AusCycling national team. Often going out of the start house there. So it is Rowan Hayden-Smith, the Queenslander, in first wheel. Jack Dola from the WAIS in second wheel. Noah Blannon, our defending Austral champion, slotted into third. And then Josh Duffy, who rides on the road for Case Body Wrap in the colours of the Australian national team in fourth wheel. So half a second down on Team 1 through the first lap. So it'll be interesting to see how Team 2 measures up against the hitters who were setting the first time around this track. So Rowan Hayden-Smith still leading. He now swings away. Jack Dola, the rider from WA, next in line. So we'll get a good measure of how this team's stacking up as they finish the first 1,000 metres. As they come through the first 4 laps, they're 1.63 seconds down on our first team, clocking 105.33 so far. Riders well and truly into the groove as Noah Blannon, our defending Austral champion, won the Austral off a handicap of 210 metres last year. It did Noah Blannon, which was the largest size of a handicap win since 1968. Safe to say that his handicap at this year's Austral probably won't be quite so large. So Josh Duffy now driving at the front of the field in the Aussie kit and on the Australian national team issue factor. So coming up to half distance now, 2.74 seconds down on team number 1. So they've held their formation well here, have team number 2. They've just been losing around about half a second a lap. They conceded another 0.5 of a second over that lap there. And it doesn't seem like a whole lot, but when you add those up lap after lap, it does make a considerable difference. So Hayden-Smith, the man who led them out, back at the front of the train. Jack Dola in second wheel, Blannon in third, Duffy in fourth. Riders now coming up towards the 3,000 metre mark. If they were on the road, they'd be seeing the red kite over their heads, but we're on the track, so 4 more circuits left. As they now lose a rider, Rowan Hayden-Smith has swung off, so it will be Blannon, Dola and Duffy to finish off. Dola, the rider on the front at the moment, Blannon second, Duffy third. So they're 4.2 seconds down on our leading time with 3 laps to go. If they're able to maintain the same pace as Team 1 through the last 3 laps, they'll be pretty much bang on a 4-minute time for the 4,000 metre team pursuit. 2 laps to go now. They actually gained a little bit of time back over team number 1 on that lap. Gained back 0.08 of a second. Shows that they're still holding good form. Coming into the bell now. Holding that same pace as team number 1. Will they be able to crack 4 minutes here? As it's now Josh Duffy driving them towards the finish line. They come into the home straight now. Duffy swings up wide. A nice even finish. 4 minutes, .499. So 3.87 seconds down on our first team. So a good mark there for team number 2. Let's see how that stacks up. So I've just been informed by the commissaires that there will be 4 heats in our men's team pursuit rather than 5. So this third heat that's coming up now will be our second last one for our men's team pursuits. So this squad, we have Alex Hughes at the bottom of the track in the colours of the Queensland Academy of Sport. Jonas Shelverton, the Tasmanian, the next rider up the track, wearing number 100. Sam Washington, the rider in the colours of the WA Institute of Sport. And at the top of the track in the ACT Academy of Sport colours, the royal blue, that's Edward Marks. Off and going there. So Alex Hughes leading them out. Jonas Shelverton in second wheel, Washington in third, and Marks in fourth. So this squad considerably on the younger side compared to some of the riders who have gone already. Alex Hughes was the National Under-19 Criterium champion, I believe, in Perth earlier this year. So Alex Hughes leading them through. So through the first 500 metres, they're second fastest so far. 0.77 of a second down on team number 1, but ahead of team number 2. As it's Jonas Shelverton leading them now, the Tasmanian now driving on the front of this bunch. You get the feeling Jonas Shelverton stretching the elastic a little bit to the riders behind him. Pushing a very hard turn there, the Tasmanian. He now hands it over to Sam Washington as they come through 1,000 metres. Third fastest time, 2.15 seconds down on the leading time of team number 2. So Sam Washington driving on the front, very low and aerodynamic position from the Western Australian. Edward Marks, the rider from the ACT, getting ready to take over from Sam Washington. Washington now swings away, and it is the rider from Canberra, Edward Marks. Sibling of last year's women's Austral winner, Claudia Marks. So they're coming in towards halfway now, as it's Alex Hughes, the rider who led them out of the start house, back in front again. So 2.04.53 for the first half of this team pursuit for squad number 3. That's 3.5 seconds down on the time of the overall leaders. So Jonas Shelverton, the Tasmanian, back driving at the front of this squad. All right, the call comes for 3. Jonas Shelverton swings out of the way. He's the rider to give way, so it will be Alex Hughes, Sam Washington and Edward Marks who'll have to hold this down for the remaining K.5 to get them all the way to 4,000 metres and record a time. Sam Washington keeping a very low and long position on his machine there. So the rider from WA keeping the tempo up here as they're now coming into 2 laps to go. No, that's 3 laps to go, my mistake. So Alex Hughes now back driving on the front. Alex Hughes was a big protagonist in an absolutely spectacular men's under-19 Omnium here at the Austral Carnival last year. There were 5 riders within 5 points going into the final sprint. Alex Hughes ended up on the podium behind his Queensland teammate Toby Jones. 1 lap left to go, and it's Hughes who's driving at the moment. 7 seconds down on the time of Team 1 is Team 3 going into the last lap. We'll see what time they can record here as the clock ticks past 4 minutes. Coming up towards the line now. Team number 3 will stop the clock. 4:03.735. Just over 7 seconds down on the leading time set by team number 1. So a good time there from the riders from team number 3. Our 4th and final squad are all riders from New Zealand. Alex Burta, Riley Crampton, Remy Dalton and Oliver Keast. So Remy Dalton in the black skin suit with the black helmet at the bottom of the track there. So we'll see how the Kiwis measure up against the 3 Aussie squads that have gone so far. Our 4 Kiwi team pursuiters are off and rolling now. Remy Dalton, it is, leading them out of the start house. Oliver Keast, the rider in second wheel in the white. Alex Burta in the black with the white helmet in third wheel. And Riley Crampton in the red, rider number 4 there. So second fastest time after the first lap. Quite a hectic start for our 4 lads from the land of the long white cloud. They settled into their pace now and they're bunched up nice and tightly. Third fastest time at 2 laps. 0.88 of a second behind the lead of Team 1. As it is Oliver Keast in the white there, driving this on forward. So coming up towards the 1,000 metre mark now with 4 laps done. They're sitting in 4th place overall, 3.35 seconds off the lead set by team number 1. So Riley Borta, the rider leading them there in the white helmet. Only rider in these individual pursuits without a front disc wheel to match the back. Riley Crampton, the rider who is now driving this squad along in the red at the front. So coming in towards the halfway mark, Team 4 are going to be a little bit outside a 2-minute time that we saw from some of the earlier squads. They clock a 2:07, 6.27 seconds behind the mark set by team number 1. Some of the gaps between the riders perhaps a little bigger for team number 4 than some of the earlier squads. All right, the call goes out for 3. They're down to 3 riders now, as it is Oliver Keast taking a short turn on the front and then swinging aside. Alex Borta now back on the front of the train. He's got Riley Crampton in his wheel and Oliver Keast sitting in 3rd. Oliver Keast seemed to be struggling a little bit there in that last lap. He came out of his aero extensions and onto the bullhorns. 3,000 metres done. They're 11.64 seconds off the main mark. They might well end up coming back a little bit in this last 1,000 metres though. We'll see how well they qualify. So 4 teams measuring up against each other in the team pursuit. We'll have the finals a bit later today with our 2 fastest qualifiers facing up and our 3rd and 4th fastest qualifiers also squaring off. So 2 laps to go now, as it is Riley Crampton in the red who's on the front. Oliver Keast sitting in 2nd wheel. Borta in 3rd. There's the bell. 1 lap to go for team number 4 in our men's team pursuit challenge. So they're already outside the mark set by the previous squads, but good experience racing a team pursuit on international soil. They come up and stop the clock 4:13.483. So they will qualify 4th fastest. So with our team pursuit qualifying concluded for the men, we'll now move on to our sprint quarterfinals. So we're starting off with our women's junior sprint quarterfinals. So this first event will pit our fastest qualifier, Hope Harnetti. She's in the yellow of Castlemaine Cycling Club from Central Victoria. She will be going up against her fellow Victorian, Alana Lake. So Alana Lake, the state champion in the under-19 sprint. Although Hope Harnetti is eligible to compete in that category, she measured herself up against the best elite women in the sprint at the Victorian State Championships held here on Saturday and ended up with a silver medal for her trouble. So Harnetti in first wheel, Lake in second. Now that we're into the quarterfinals, all of our sprints are best of 3. So you'll need to win 2 sprints out of 3 to progress to the next round. So Hope Harnetti almost cautiously trying to sneak away from Alana Lake there. I think Alana Lake has seen enough of the earlier sprints to know not to give the rider for Castlemaine too much room. The Blackburn rider now really starting to accelerate as they come down towards the bell. Hope Harnetti accelerating into turn number 1 there. Alana Lake out of the slipstream of the rider from Castlemaine, but will she be able to come around? Hope Harnetti holding strong on the inside there as Lake isn't able to come around as they come up towards the line. Harnetti takes heat 1 in the first of our women's under-19 sprint quarterfinals. So as our first women's under-19 sprint quarterfinal pitted 2 Victorians against each other, now it will be 2 South Australians. Oh. No, I tell a lie actually. 1 South Australian and 1 Queenslander. It'll be April Catt from the South Australian Institute of Sport up against Madison Smith from Gold Coast Cycling Club in Queensland. So April Catt in the red and navy blue of Sassy, our second fastest sprint qualifier this morning. Madison Smith has had to come through the repechages. So she's got 1 extra sprint effort in her legs, but she does also have the confidence of winning her last start. So that will be something to keep in mind. So Cat keeping a close eye on Madison Smith. As they come through 2 laps to go. For just a second there, April Cat was in front of and above Madison Smith on the track, which you don't tend to see too often. Both riders starting to accelerate there. Full-blooded sprint coming into the final 200 metres now. April Cat will lead it out from first position. Madison Smith in the slipstream of the rider from South Australia. Closing up towards the back wheel of the Sassy rider, April Cat now. But will Madison Smith be able to come around? Coming up towards the line, April Cat will take the win. So a first heat quarterfinal victory for April Cat. That's 1 in the book for her. So I mistakenly said that our 2 riders in the previous heat were from the same state. These 2 definitely are. Olivia Wright and Milan Bradshaw, both from Queensland. Milan Bradshaw in the white from University of Queensland Cycling Club, and Olivia Wright in the maroon of the Queensland Academy of Sport from Balmoral. So Bradshaw holding first position as they come out of the starters' hands. Just ahead of Olivia Wright, one of the riders who represented Australia at the Junior Track World Championships in Apeldoorn in the Netherlands earlier this year. So Bradshaw keeping one eye on right as she moves up the track, but still willing to defend down low against Olivia Wright there. Doesn't want to give the QAS rider any free speed that she might be able to gain by coming off the banking. So the bell rings now, just one lap to go. It's taken a while for these two riders to load up for this sprint, but they're shoulder to shoulder coming out of turn 2. Milan Bradshaw, the rider on the inside, holding good position. Olivia Wright will have some work to do late. Her handlebars are level with the hips of Bradshaw as they come out of turn 3. Coming up to the line there, Olivia Wright it is who takes the win. Just ahead of Milan Bradshaw. So the first heat victory for Olivia Wright, the highest seeded of those two riders. So coming up, heat number 1 in our 4th quarterfinal for our under-19 women's sprint. This will pit the South Australian Paige Squire from Norwood Cycling Club. She's in the black, up against Ella Liang from the Queensland Academy of Sport and Balmoral Cycling Club in the typical Queensland maroon. Off and rolling here. Ella Liang, another of the riders who represented Australia at Junior Track Worlds earlier this year, came away with a bronze in this event, the sprint, and would likely have been disappointed by only qualifying in the middle of the pack, but it does mean that she is moving up the draw from a place she's probably not accustomed to. We'll see how Ella Liang handles it from here. She's actually the lower of these two seeded riders as the 5th fastest qualifier, compared to Paige Squire's 4th. Shoulder to shoulder so far. Not a whole lot of tactical games being played just yet between Squire and Liang. Squire trying to keep Liang high on the track as the South Australian now starts to wind it up. Ella Liang starting from a couple of lengths back, up to the wheel now of Paige Squire, drawing level with her hip as they come down the back straight. Ella Liang now hits the front. The Queenslander holding first position there. I don't think Paige Squire will have enough to come around, so heat 1 of this quarterfinal will go to Ella Liang. So a victory there for the Queenslander, the first of the riders in those women's quarterfinals to win a heat from a lower seeded spot. We'll now move into the first of our quarterfinals for the men's under-19 sprint, pitting 2 riders from Brunswick Cycling Club against each other. In the all-black helmet, that's Riley Boyd, and he'll be up against Isaac Bruce, whose helmet is black and blue. So Isaac Bruce, the fastest of our qualifiers from the Flying 200s this morning. Riley Boyd, the rider in the black helmet, has had to come through the repechages. But with these two being clubmates, likely very familiar with each other's game on the track. And sometimes the best fun of all is racing people you know. So Bruce it is, holding higher position there. Both riders slowly starting to wind up for this final sprint. Riley Boyd is the first to get out of the saddle. Isaac Bruce lets Riley Boyd come up to speed, then settles into the slipstream. Now Isaac Bruce turns on the jets down the back straight, but Riley Boyd isn't going to let him have it for free. Coming around that bottom corner, Riley Boyd making sure that Bruce has to take the long way round. Isaac Byrne it is who ends up taking the win. So Isaac Byrne, the winning rider there. Final 200 metres covered in 12.02 seconds. So our next pair of riders up, also both from the same state, two South Australians taking to the start line. Luca Pyatt in the red and navy blue of Sassy up against Mitchell Stevens in the cream jersey. Mitchell Stevens from Adelaide Hills Cycling Club. So Luca Pyatt, the rider in the red, holding front position at the moment, as the temperature in Melbourne has now ticked above 30 degrees Celsius. It's become quite a warm day here at Disc Velodrome. In fact, the only thing hotter than Disc Velodrome itself is the quality of the racing. So Pyatt continuing to check over his shoulder for Stevens' relative position on the track. An attempted dummy move there from Stevens. And that set the cat among the pigeons a little bit. Luca Pyatt starting to wind up now. I think this might be quite a long sprint from both riders here. So Luca Pyatt in the first position as they come through the home straight. Get the bell with 1 lap to go. Pyatt it is leading. Mitchell Stevens now in the slipstream of the Sassy rider. Will Stevens be able to come around? He's challenging him on his hip. He's up to his shoulder as they come out of the home straight. Coming up towards the line, it is Mitchell Stevens who gets the win. So a little bit of an upset there. The 7th seed upsetting the 2 in that first heat of 3. So Mitchell Stevens quite happy with that first sprint heat of 3 in this men's quarterfinal. And with the final 200 metres covered in 11.24 seconds, that was one of our quickest sprints of the day. So our next pairing of riders facing off in a quarter-final here. Two New South Welshmen. Patrick May, rider number 95, is in the all-black. He will be up against Ravi Hermkens, who's in the orange jersey of the Central Coast Cycling Club. Patrick May from Lidcombe Auburn Cycling Club in suburban Sydney. Hermkens from a little further north. So Patrick May, another of the riders to wear the green and gold at the Junior Track World Championships this year. Not sure whether or not he saw Hermkens race some of his earlier events, but Hermkens liked going from a long way out, and Patrick May has decided to play the Uno reverse card on Ravi Hermkens here. So May it is who will lead them down the back straight. Checks over his shoulder, but Hermkens is closing quickly. Patrick May leading them out of turn 4, but Hermkens trying to come out the outside. A quick check over the shoulder from Patrick May, but it is enough for him to hold on. So the third seed winning there over the 6th. And a first check mark there for Patrick May. So next up will be our 4th and final quarter-final, or at least the opening heat of it. So this will pit Sebastian Topping from the Queensland Academy of Sport up against the ACT's Angus Withington. So off and rolling now. Withington keeping a very close eye on Topping from a very early stage. So Topping with the better of the 2 qualifying times from the flying 200s this morning. But only marginally so over Angus Withington. There were less than 0.03 of a second between their qualifying times from this morning's flying 200s. So Withington keeping a close eye. Some attempted dummy moves there by Sebastian Topping. Both riders shimmying the bike side to side in an attempt to get one rider to commit to a move early. Neither taking the other up on the offer so far. As now it's Topping who attacks down the inside of the track. Goes behind Angus Withington there to take first position as they come through the bell. So Topping will lead them into turn 1. Withington now is trying to come around him as they go down the back straight. Withington level with the hip of the Queenslander as they come into turn 3. Coming out of turn 4. They're shoulder to shoulder, almost level, coming up to the line. Oh, very close there. Very close indeed. I'll leave that to the decision of the commissaires. Maybe Angus Withington. It is Angus Withington. But geez, there cannot be a lot in that one. 10.98 seconds and a nice little handshake between those two riders. That was an excellent sprint between those two. So the check mark goes to Angus Withington there. So 2 higher seeds and 2 lower seeds winning in those first 4 men's under-19 sprint quarterfinals. We'll now have our placing ride-off races for our under-19 men's for our 11th and 12th places. So this will pit Lachlan Trenton from Brunswick Cycling Club up against Ben Woods from Blackburn. Woods almost immediately rolling straight past Trenton there, almost daring him to counter-attack and go over the top. So these two riders will have raced it against each other extensively in the Victorian junior track scene. And I think might have been a semi-final matchup in the Victorian Under-19 Sprint Championships held here on the weekend. Benjamin Woods eventually coming away with the overall title there. So Lachlan Trenton now firing up down the outside. Ben Woods keeping him nice and high on the track, ensuring that neither rider can get too much leverage from dropping down the track early. Benjamin Woods now leading into turn 3. Both riders very late to come down, but it's Woods who will lead them up towards the line. So Woods will take the win. And 11th place overall in this sprint competition. Trenton coming with 12th. So our next ride-off will be between Cooper Dunlop and Max Woodruff for 9th and 10th place. Dunlop in the white, Woodruff in the long-sleeved navy jersey of the Tasmanian Institute of Sport. So Woodruff taking up first position on this opening lap. If he's paid attention to Cooper Dunlop's previous races, he knows that Dunlop likes to keep the tempo comparatively high and really doesn't mind going from a long, long way out. So the Tasmanian lets the Western Australian take first position with 2 laps to go. So Dunlop just checking over his shoulder continually. I get the feeling both riders are probably where they would prefer to be. Dunlop, a rider who doesn't mind riding from the front. Woodruff happy to attack from behind as they come in with 1 lap to go. Both revving it up now. Oh, a bit of contact there coming into turn 1. Woodruff able to get the better of it and move into the front, coming down the back straight and into turn 3. Dunlop not giving up yet though. Shoulder to shoulder coming up towards the line, and it will be Woodruff who will take it. So Woodruff takes the win and 9th place in the sprint competition. Cooper Dunlop with 10th spot overall. So with the completion of the sprint ride-offs to determine 9th to 12th place in our under-19 men, we'll now move on to our second round of quarter-final sprinting for our under-19 women. So this will pit the 2 Victorians against each other, Hope Harnetti and Alana Lake. Harnetti, our fastest qualifier from this morning, won the first sprint. So Lake will need to take this one to force a third and deciding sprint. So both these riders from clubs with very proud track histories. Blackburn Cycling Club based in Melbourne's eastern suburbs, and very strong track program. And Castlemaine Cycling Club from central Victoria will be hosting one of the traditional post-Christmas carnivals in a couple of weeks' time, and also has a Masters Track World Champion among their ranks, as local rider Emma Jackson was part of the Aussie squad of Masters women who won the team sprint at the Masters World Track Championships a few months ago. So coming in towards the bell now, Hope Harnetti happy to lead from the front here, ahead of Alana Lake. So the rider from Castlemaine, winner of the first sprint of 3, looking to make it 2 in a row. Alana Lake, though, not letting her have it all her own way. The Blackburn rider coming level with her as they come out of turn 4 and charge up towards the line. It's going to be close on the line. Oh, absolutely nothing in that one whatsoever. I'm not brave enough to try and call that from up here, so I'll leave that to the commissaires to decide. I think it's not just going to be a photo finish. We might need to zoom in on the photo to see who won that one. And they have given it to Alana Lake, so 1-1 there. So Alana Lake forces a third and deciding sprint. A good effort there from the 8 seed to get the better of the 1. So our next pair of riders coming up to the track, this will be April Cat in the colours of the South Australian Sports Institute, up against Madison Smith from Gold Coast Cycling Club. Cat was the winner of the opening sprint of these two, so the onus will be on Smith to take this one to force it to a decider. Off and rolling now. So Madison Smith leading them out. April Cat happy to start in second wheel. So there was a whole second separating these two riders in their qualifying times this morning, with April Cat having the faster time of the two. That's the funny thing about track racing, and especially track sprinting. Sometimes you get an unexpected result. So 2 laps to go now. Both riders riding almost shoulder to shoulder. As Madison Smith now drops down towards the lower part of the track. April Cat choosing to stay high. Madison Smith thinks that looks like fun, so she comes up the track to join her. Madison Smith trying to ensure that April Cat has to start her sprint in a straight line past her. So they are shoulder to shoulder. So that part of Smith's tactics has worked. April Cat now starting to move ahead as they come into turn 3 and down the back straight. Madison Smith has given up the ghost. So April Cat it is who will come through. So that'll be a straight sets win for April Cat. She will move on to the semi-finals. but it's not quite as big as it once was. Luca Pyatt now drawing level with Mitchell Stevens going down the back straight. Can Stevens hold on for this last little bit? Close together coming out of turn 4 as they come up towards the line. Luca Pyatt makes it 1-1. So that battle will go to a third and final race. So our next pairing of riders in our third of our quarterfinal matchups, 2 New South Welshmen, Patrick May and Ravi Hermkens. Patrick May in the black, Hermkens with the orange shoulders from Central Coast Cycling Club. Patrick May from Lidcombe Auburn in Metro Sydney. So it was Patrick May who won the first of the battles between these two. And so far we've seen one quarterfinal decided in straight sets. One's going to go the distance. We'll see how this third quarterfinal pans out. Patrick May riding high on the track. Happy to give Ravi Hermkens a lead of 5 or 10 metres. Moves a little bit down and a little bit closer to him now as both riders are out of the saddle, accelerating with a lap and a half to go. Patrick May moving around the outside of Ravi Hermkens. So May now in the lead, going through 1 lap to go. Hermans with some real work to do. Ravi Hermkens has a big gap to close here, and Patrick May's looking good going down the back straight. The rider in black just checks over his shoulder there, makes sure he has enough of a gap. Ravi Hermkens eases off the pedals a little bit, and Patrick May will take the win. So Patrick May heading to the semi-finals, and Ravi Hermkens will be in the ride-off for 5th to 8th place. So heat 2 for our 4th under-19 men's sprint quarterfinal getting ready to go. Sebastian Topping in the maroon of the Queensland Academy of Sport up against the blue of Angus Withington from the ACT Academy of Sport. A very close sprint between these two the first time around, with Angus Withington narrowly coming away with it. So Topping getting a good look at Withington here. Withington only now starting to move up the track and out of the direct slipstream of Sebastian Topping. Not that he was probably getting much of a draft going around the track at 20 or 25 k's an hour. So Queensland versus the ACT here. Angus Withington can book his spot in the semi-finals with a win here, or Seb Topping can force it to a deciding third race. Both riders accelerating almost at the same time there. Withington is going to try and send it down the outside into turn 1 on the final lap, topping on the inside with some work to do to get into the slipstream of the rider from Canberra. Angus Withington looking strong going into turn 3. Seb Topping gives up the ghost, and Angus Withington it will be, who will be moving on to the semi-finals. So of our 8 sprint quarterfinals across our under-19 men and women, we will have 2 races going to a third and final race, 1 from the men and 1 from the women. Before we get to that though, we will have some sprint ride-offs for the under-19 women to settle places 9 through to 12. And our first pairing will be April Paddy, who's in the blue and white of Balmoral with the black helmet, up against Alexis Phillips, the rider in the navy blue skin suit from Viking Cycling Club in Canberra. Our 2 riders often going now. Alexis Phillips, the rider from the ACT, in first position. April Paddy, the Queenslander, in second wheel. So this, the AusCycling YouTube live stream feed going hours ago. And we thank everyone who's joined us for the what is going to be 4 fantastic days of track racing in a row here at Disney. Taking a good early lead into the last lap. The rider from closing all the way across to the wheel of April Paddy, but she's not quite going to make the difference. April Paddy will take... So our race to decide 9th and 10th Academy of Sport. She's in the blue, and she's up against Maddie Pitt from X. So the West Australian lead, Maddie Pitt continuing to check either side. Ooh, a little bit of a up the track, coming into turn 1. Both right back the speed right off. But the taps are going to be turned back on here as they come into a lap to go. Emily turn 2 and heading down the back straight. But I don't think she's going to be able to get there. Emily Watch will hold on. So 1.4 seconds. It will be the last races in our quarterfinals, our third and deciding races. First round, Lake winning the second, and then the race after that. So Hope Harnedy, the top women's seed. Has a first sprint convincingly. Lake just getting the better and deciding heat, and who the last of our 4 women's under-19 racing here last weekend, where Lake was the winner. Harnedy eligible to race with the under-9. Alana Lake just moving up the track towards Hope Harnedy there, coming into turn 3. For the third one, Lake well and truly in the slipstream of the rider from Castlemaine now. Length. So the top seed, the rider from So our last race before we have a half-hour break in Sports Institute between these two. He's in the cream jersey from Adelaide Hills Cycling Club. semifinals. Won an absolute nail-biter of a first sprint between these two. Pyatt taking and Mitchell Stevens. Semi-finals as they have a little track standing competition on the entrance to turn 3. Seems keen to hold second place. Does wind up the tempo now. Right pedals as they come into the final 200 metres. Pyatt's to come all the way around. Stevens holding strong, coming up towards the line, and it will be the win. Knocking off the second fastest qualifier from this morning. We'll bring you the under-19 women's Madison. And we look forward to your company then. Welcome back to the action to everyone who's watching on the AusCycling YouTube live stream today. Our riders in the Under-19 Women's National Madison Championships have just rolled off and are ready to go. So our riders in the Under-19 Women's National Championship now on the track. 4 teams taking part in this year's Under-19 Women's Madison National Championships as the whistle blows and we are underway. So in purple, leading our 4 riders on track at the moment, that's Neve Parslow from Hamilton Wheelers Cycling Club. Ordinarily she rides in the colours of ARA Skip Capital. Today she's in the purple of the Balmoral Women's Development Initiative. Coming through to the front of our main bunch now, team number 2 in the Hamilton Wheelers jersey, the rider in the red there, that's Lucy Allen, the rider from Illawarra Cycling Club in New South Wales and recent winner of B grade at the Women's Tour of Bright. In the Victorian colours now, coming to the front, is the pairing of last year's Under-17 Madison National Champions, as Billy Russell is just about to hand over to her teammate Lavinia Ward. So our first set of hand slings all executed cleanly. And we now have a chance to look at the next 4 riders who will be taking part in our Madison today. In the purple at the front there, that's Bella Potts from Balmoral Cycling Club. In second wheel, now coming into the lead of our main bunch, is Lavinia Ward. She quickly defers and leaves it to the Hamilton Cycling Club rider in the black number. That's Grace Hunter, who is from Hamilton Wheelers. And then our 4th squad is the team in the maroon of the Queensland Academy of Sport. Their rider in that leading 4 is wearing the black number. That's Elsie Apps from Goulburn Cycling Club. She's being partnered by Sienna Monteith. So a handover there between Grace Hunter and Lucy Allen. So for those not familiar with Madison racing, this will be an 80-lap race with point sprints every 10 laps, 5, 3, 2 and 1 points for the first 4 active riders over the line. Each team of 2 only has 1 rider active at any given time. So those are the 4 who are in that main front bunch. When riders are not active, they are encouraged to stay above the blue line and only come down underneath the blue line for handsling changes. So 2.5 laps away from our first of 8-point sprints. 5 points for first, 3 points for second, 2 points for third, 1 point for fourth, and double points for the last sprint. So coming in towards our first sprint now. I'm just about to hear the bell as the QAS squad. A nice handoff there from Sienna Monteith to Elsie Apps. So Elsie Apps it is, who is leading them down the back straight. Lavinia Ward in the black helmet there chasing her. So as they come up through the first sprint, Elsie Apps will take the first one. Lavinia Ward in second place. Third place there in the purple with the black number, that was Neve Parslow. And 4th spot went to the Hamilton Wheelers team of Hunter and Allen. So Lucy Allen, the rider from Hamilton Wheelers, having to do a bit of a chase back on here. So you can tell her apart from her teammate by her black and blue helmet, as the other 3 squads at the front of the race all make simultaneous hand sling changes, or close enough to simultaneous. So Neve Parslow now on the front in the purple of the Balmoral Women's Development Initiative. She hands it over. Elsie Apps now setting the pace. Billy Russell in the Victorian blue and white, now leading. So this will be the first Madison National Championship at Under-19 level for Russell and Ward, winners of the Under-17 national title here last year during the Austral Carnival. So leading after that first sprint is team number 3, the squad in the QAS maroon of Apps and Monteith. Second place, the Victorian duo of Russell and Ward. Third place, the riders in the purple, that's Parslow and Potts. And then Hunter and Allen, the duo from Hamilton Wheelers, taking 4th spot in that opening sprint. So Bella Potts in second wheel there, just hands over to her teammate Neve Parslow. As our leading trio of teams coming into the bell here for our second sprint. This time it's Sienna Monteith leading them out, Billy Russell in second place. Neve Parslow it is in third. Neve Parslow recently finished 6th on the opening stage of women's A grade in the Tour of Bright, challenging the likes of Brodie Chapman. Billy Russell takes 5 points there for the Victorian squad. 3 points there for the purple team. Team number 1, the team in the colours of the Balmoral Women's Development Initiative. So 5 points there for Russell and Ward. 3 for Parslow and Potts, 2 for Apps and Monteith, and 1 for Hunter and Allen. As there's now a bit of a gap between our leading trio and the chasing Grace Hunter from Hamilton Wheelers. So a hand sling there from Grace Hunter to Lucy Allen, and the rider from Illawarra now tasked with tracking down our leading trio. As Bella Potts hands it over to Neve Parslow. Neve Parslow, the rider in the purple with the white helmet. Bella Potts with the black and blue helmet. So coming up to 56 laps to go in this 80-lap race. Neve Parslow driving this group now, with Elsie Apps, the rider from Goulburn, just on her wheel. Apps about to make a change to her teammate Sienna Monteith. As Neve Parslow hands responsibilities for the purple squad back to Bella Potts. Bella Potts had a fantastic track carnival here at the Austral last year. Put in some really impressive performances. Her team is currently sitting 3rd overall on 5 points. The Victorian team of Russell and Ward currently leading with 8. Second place at the moment, the QAS squad of Apps and Monteith. And then Hunter and Allen currently sitting in 4th spot with 2 points. So the tempo really starting to ratchet up here. Bella Potts hands it back to Neve Parslow, as just behind, it is Lavinia Ward handing it over to Billy Russell. So Neve Parslow from the purple squad of the Balmoral Development Team. Elsie Apps from QAS leading down the back straight now, but Billy Russell, the Victorian, is right there. So that last sprint won by the squad of Apps and Monteith. Parslow and Potts taking 3 points for second, 2 points for Russell and Ward in third, and 1 place for Hunter and Allen in fourth. As I think the squad of Hunter and Allen have now been caught by the main bunch, so they will be deemed to have lost a lap and be deducted 20 points. So they're on. So about a third of the way through our women's under-19 Madison National Championships here at Joe Ciavola Velodrome in Melbourne. As it is Sienna Monteith leading, hands things over to Lavinia Ward, who shows very little interest in leading the pack for any prolonged period of time. Grace Hunter from the Hamilton Wheelers squad just swings up the track. So Elsie Apps, the leader of this Madison at the moment, on 12 points, along with her partner Sienna Monteith. Just swings to the back of our main field. And after Grace Hunter and Lucy Allen lost a lap there and 20 points, that looks like they've been able to reincorporate themselves fairly comfortably into the field. A little bit of traffic there as riders are making a series of changeovers. But all done very cleanly. Riders have to really have their wits about them in a Madison. The Madison discipline named after Madison Square Park in New York City, where the discipline was first popularized. It was added to the Olympic Games roster for men in Sydney in 2000, where it was won by the Australian duo of Scott McGrory and Brett Aitken. It took the International Olympic Committee a little longer to have a women's Madison, but thankfully it is now part of the rotation. So coming up to 2 laps to go to our next sprint, we'll see the tempo pick up again. So Neve Parslow it is on the front in the purple, Billy Russell just behind her. Then it's Elsie Apps from the QAS squad in third place, Lucy Allen on the back in fourth for Hamilton Wheelers. Lavinia Ward waits for a handsling from her teammate Billy Russell. So Russell hangs over to Ward as on the front, the handsling between Neve Parslow and Bella Potts happens at just the right moment. The QAS squad also doing a handsling, but on a sprint lap it's not always the best idea. So coming up towards the line now. So the points go to Bella Potts there from the Balmoral Development squad. Lavinia Ward takes 3 points for second place, 2 points for the combo of Apps and Monteith, and Hunter and Allen take 1 point for fourth spot. So very tight between our top 3 teams at the moment after 4 sprints out of 8. Currently, Apps and Monteith, the QAS duo, are leading on 14 points. And then it's a tie for second place between the squad of Parslow and Potts in the purple and the Victorian duo of Russell and Ward in the blue. So a clean handoff from Sienna Monteith to Elsie Apps there, as it's now Parslow, Apps and Russell in our leading trio. The team of Hunter and Allen with the thankless task of trying to cross a gap of around about half a lap now. It's pretty exhausting work out there, and it's quite a warm day here in Victoria. Mercury well into the 30s. Which won't sound like much for those coming from certain other states, but in Victoria is pretty warm. So more than halfway through this under-19 Women's Madison National Championship now. Bella Potts on the front of our trio that make up our main bunch. Elsie Apps, the rider from Goulburn, who normally is a teammate of Niamh Parslow on the road for ARA Skip Capital in second wheel. She just hands off to her Queensland teammate Sienna Monteith from Townsville Cycling Club, as it is Lavinia Ward in the black helmet from Victoria, now up to second. So teams trying to fit in a changeover now before they can. The next sprint is only 2 laps away, as it is Niamh Parslow from the Balmoral squad now on the front. Elsie Apps in second wheel, Billy Russell in third. They'll come through and get the bell now. Sienna Monteith hands it over to Elsie Apps for QAS. So Niamh Parslow being challenged around the outside by Billy Apps around the outside. They're 3 wide coming into the home straight. And it will be Elsie Apps for the QAS squad, coming away with 5 points and the win there. So that will increase their lead at the top of this Madison. So 5 points for the squad of Apps and Monteith, 3 points for the Victorian duo of Russell and Ward, 2 points for the purple Parslow and Potts pair, and 1 point for Hunter and Allen. So that puts Apps and Monteith at the top of the standings on 19 points. Russell and Ward in second spot at the moment on 16. Parslow and Potts on 15. So 3 sprints left to go in this women's under-19 Madison National Championship. A reminder that the last of those sprints is worth double points. So 10 points for first place, 6 points for second, 4 points for third, 2 points for fourth. As Lucy Allen is caught for another lap there. So that will be another 20 points deducted from the standings of the squad of Hunter and Allen, as it looks like there's a bit of a flyer going off the front of the bunch now. Lavinia Ward trying to gain 20 points for her team by getting a lap up on the main field. Of course, the main field is only 2 riders big when it's a team size of 2 and only 4 teams in it. So Billy Russell just checks over her shoulder. I don't think Lavinia Ward and Billy Russell are going to gain the lap and the 20 points that they were after there, as Niamh Parslow comes forward for the Balmoral Women's Development Initiative. She hands it over to Bella Potts. So Bella Potts now leading our main bunch as she comes through 23 laps ago. Elsie Apps in second, Billy Russell in third. And some riders looking a lot more tired now than they did at the start of this women's Madison. The pace just easing slightly in anticipation of the next sprint coming up. Elsie Apps hands it back over to Sienna Monteith. And the rider from Townsville firing up from a long way out. 2.5 laps to go until the next sprint. But she wants to give them something to chase. So Sienna Monteith now out the front. She's got a gap of 10 or 20 metres as she gets the bell for 1 lap to the next sprint. Lavinia Ward chasing hard. Bella Potts also on the task. But it looks like the early bird might well get the worm here. Sienna Monteith comes through. She will book another 5 points for the QAS squad. A late charge from Niamh Parslow isn't quite enough to get around Lavinia Ward there. So the team of Russell and Ward grab another 3 points. And the purple pair of Parslow and Potts get 2 points for third. So that will have only solidified the overall standings at the top of our women's Madison. The squad of Apps and Monteith in the maroon of the Queensland Academy of Sport leading on 24 points. The Victorian duo of Russell and Ward, the under-17 Women's Madison National Champions last year, are in second place on 19 points. And the purple pair of Parslow and Potts in third on 17. So 18 laps to go and 2 sprints left. Double points for the last sprint though, so you can earn up to 10 points if you've got the legs to win the last sprint. But as a general rule in cycling, if you've got the legs to win the last sprint, you probably have the legs to win some of the sprints that come before as well. So Bella Potts there in the purple. She's with Lavinia Ward. And Elsie Apps has just taken a handsling from Sienna Monteith for the QAS squad. Oh no, I tell a lie. Sienna Monteith is actually the rider from QAS who's at the front of affairs. So 4 laps to go until our penultimate sprint. Another surge here coming from the QAS squad. This is Elsie Apps. Sorry, Sienna Monteith about to hand over to Elsie Apps, I think. As changeovers in quick succession for Russell and Ward and Apps and Monteith. So it is Apps, Russell and Parslow, our 3 leading riders. Staying high up the banking as they've got now 2.5 laps to go until the next sprint. Up ahead of Niamh Parslow, Bella Potts waits ready for a potential handsling. Checks over her shoulder, but there's 1 lap to go until the next sprint, so I think Niamh Parslow, no, they are going to change over. So Niamh Parslow hands it over to Bella Potts there. So Bella Potts in a good position there coming into turn 3, coming up towards the line now. So this will tighten things up at the top of the standings. So the team that were in third, the purple pair of Parslow and Potts, were on 17 points. That will move them up to 22. Apps and Monteith, our leaders in the maroon, were on 24. They scored 3 for coming second there, so they're now up to 27 points. And the Victorian duo of Russell and Ward, a little bit further back, they're on 21 points. So just 1 sprint left, 10 points on offer. So any of our leading 3 teams can win this event overall, depending on how things shake out. So working on the presumption that Lucy Allen and Grace Hunter won't factor in this last sprint. If Russell and Ward, the Victorians, were to score the maximum 10 points in this last sprint and Apps and Monteith were to come in third place, that would put them both on 31 points, but Russell and Ward would win on a count back. Parslow and Potts can win it outright, with a win if Apps and Monteith finish third. And the QAS leaders, Apps and Monteith, can guarantee their victory even with a second place finish in this final sprint. So 5 laps to go now, as it's Billy Russell just checking over her shoulder. She sees Sienna Monteith there for the QAS squad. Sienna Monteith winds up a long-range attack, as she's done a couple of times. Billy Russell and Niamh Parslow know they will need to respond to try and keep Sienna Monteith close. Niamh Parslow, a quick handsling there to Bella Potts. But as the gas goes off at the front of our leading trio, Bella Potts didn't need to put in a huge acceleration to maintain pace. So our 3 leaders just coming around Lucy Allen at the bottom of the track there. So Sienna Monteith leading, Billy Russell in second, Bella Potts in third in the purple of Balmoral Women's Development Initiative. So the squad of Apps and Monteith have been the quality of this field so far, but there's 1 sprint left and it's all still to play for. 2 laps to go now. And it looks like there will be 1 last change for each of our leading trio. Lavinia Ward sits ready, as it looks like Bella Potts is trying to fire up from a long way out and see if she can avoid being caught. Elsie Apps trying to chase her down. The QAS rider is in second place. Lavinia Ward from Victoria is back in third, but it's a big gap at the front for Bella Potts. Coming into this final sprint here, Bella Potts charging all the way to the lines. Elsie Apps will close the gap but won't quite get there. So the purple pair of Parslow and Potts get 10 points for taking the victory in that last sprint. And the overall victory going by a single point to the duo of Elsie Apps and Sienna Monteith in the maroon of the Queensland Academy of Sport. So Apps and Monteith going out the winners with 33 points. Second place for Parslow and Potts from the Balmoral Women's Development Initiative. Russell and Ward taking third with 25 points, the Victorians, and then Hunter and Allen in fourth place overall. So a nice embrace there coming down the home straight from our victorious pair, Elsie Apps and Sienna Monteith. And we will see them on the podium a little later on. So the next event will be round 1 of our women's under-19 sprint semi-finals. This will be our top qualifier, Hope Harnetti, up against junior women's sprint world champion bronze medalist Ella Liang. So Harnetti in the yellow of Castlemaine, Liang in the maroon of QAS. So heat 1 of 3 in our women's under-19 sprint semi-finals. Top seed Hope Harnetti up against the most pedigreed rider perhaps in this field in Ella Liang. A matchup that I would not have been at all shocked to have seen in a final between these two is happening in a semi instead. So Liang using her track craft to keep Harnetti high on the boards here. With a lap and a half to go. The Queenslander versus the Victorian. Who will draw first blood in this under-19 women's sprint semi-final? Some calls coming from the infield for both riders. As the bell goes, both riders picking up the speed now. Ella Liang will lead it out. Hope Harnetti in second spot. So the Queenslander leading it down the back straight. Hope Harnetti accelerating up to the rear wheel of Ella Liang now. Hope Harnetti drawing level as they come up towards the line, and Ella Liang it is who takes it. If you heard any cheering in the background of the live stream there, Ella Liang's mum Felicity is doing the camera work right next to me. I'm not sure if she was an entirely neutral observer in that last sprint. So Ella Liang wins the first heat in the women's under-19 sprint semi-final. Hope Harnetti will be looking to level the scores when round 2 comes up a little later. So the riders in our second women's under-19 semi-final now coming into the start area. So April Catt, the rider in the red and navy blue of the South Australian Sports Institute, our second fastest qualifier today. She's up against the third fastest qualifier from this morning, Olivia Wright, another rider in the maroon of the Queensland Academy of Sport. They've had a good day so far, the Queenslanders. So April Catt letting Olivia Wright have a little bit of a lead here. Just the sort of distance that might potentially tempt Olivia Wright to try going from a long way out. So a lap and a half to go now for Olivia Wright. April Catt trying to close the gap to her. Coming into the home straight and up towards the bell. Olivia Wright leads them through. April Catt in second wheel at the moment. Will the South Australian be able to catch the Queenslander? She's up to her back wheel now. She's up to her hip as they come into turn 3. She's level with her shoulder as they're coming around turn 4. This will be close on the line. April Catt accelerating up the outside, and the South Australian takes the win. So victory there for April Catt in round 1 of our women's under-19 sprint semi-finals. And the under-19 men's sprint semis moments away from kicking off, where we will see our fastest qualifier from this morning, Isaac Byrne, in the orange and purple of Brunswick, up against Angus Withington from the ACT Academy of Sport in the long blue sleeves. So a quarter of a second separated their qualifying times this morning, with Byrne the faster of the two. Both riders still adjusting visors and clothing and various other bits as they get underway, both looking as hard as possible, or both trying to look as casual as possible, which only works if only one of you does it. If you both try and look casual, then everybody looks the same. Bit of switching up and down there from Angus Withington, who knows as the lowest seeded rider in these semi-finals, he may have to employ a little bit of track craft here against Isaac Byrne to get the better of the Brunswick rider. Keeping him high on the track there, trying to force him to accelerate around his outside as they come in towards the bell. 1 lap to go. Withington the first to dive down the boards. So Angus Withington, the rider from Canberra, will lead it through. Isaac Byrne trying to accelerate up to his hip as they come down the back straight, but Withington holding strong coming into turn 3. The Canberra rider looking good as they come out of turn 4 and up to the line. It is Withington who takes the win in the first heat of the semi-final. So the 4th seeded rider beating the 1st seed there. So a good result there for Angus Withington. as our second under-19 men's sprint semi-finalists come up to the line. This will be Mitchell Stevens from Adelaide Hills Cycling Club in the cream with the black helmet up against Patrick May from Lidcombe Auburn Cycling Club in Sydney in the black with the white helmet. So Patrick May, the highest seeded of these two riders. Mitchell Stevens pulled a very impressive performance in the quarterfinal to earn his spot in this race. Got the better of the second overall seed Luca Pyatt, and now finds himself dueling it out with Patrick May, another of the riders who represented Australia at the Junior Track World Championships earlier this year. So a move around the outside from May with a lap and a half to go. The rider from Sydney likes his chances going long, so Patrick May has put it on the line with a lap to go. Mitchell Stevens with some work to do to get across to the Sydney sider. Patrick May looking good as they come down the back straight, holding a gap of 20 or 30 metres. And Mitchell Stevens, I think, has conceded this first one to Patrick May. So Patrick May takes the win, covering that final 200 metres in a time of 10.85 seconds. So we're now going to move on to the sprint ride-off for positions 5 through 8 in the under-19 women's sprint placings. So this battle for positions 7 and 8 will be contested between Madison Smith in the black from Gold Coast Cycling Club and Alana Lake in the red and black of Blackburn Cycling Club from Victoria. So the mercury is 31.4 degrees Celsius at track level. It feels warmer than that in the commentary position. It's a toasty old day here in Melbourne. But the racing has been of excellent quality so far, and we expect that to continue well into tonight and for the next 3 days. So Alana Lake versus Madison Smith here. The winner will go home with 7th place in this sprint competition. Alana Lake riding in front of and a little higher than Madison Smith at the moment. Pace not blistering as they go through a lap and a half to go. No one really trying to fire it up early as Madison Smith now comes down the track, gets out of the saddle and puts on the gas. So the rider from Gold Coast Cycling Club will lead the Victorian around turn 1 on this last lap. Alana Lake now accelerating up in the slipstream of Madison Smith. The Blackburn rider turning the cranks over very smoothly, level as they come out of turn 4. Coming up towards the line, it will be Alana Lake who'll take the win. So Alana Lake getting the victory there and 7th place overall. Madison Smith will settle for 8th spot. So our next pair of riders on the track will determine placings 5 and 6 in our sprint competition. This one will be between Milan Bradshaw in the white from the University of Queensland Cycling Club. And she's going up against Paige Squire from Norwood Cycling Club in South Australia. So Paige Squire in the black, Milan Bradshaw in the white, and 3 laps to determine who will finish in 5th place in this under-19 women's sprint competition. So Paige Squire leading this pair at the moment. Milan Bradshaw happy to sit in second wheel. Squire continuing to keep a close eye on Bradshaw. Neither rider committing just yet, as it is Squire who makes the move from the front with just more than a lap to go. So Squire leading them, Milan Bradshaw with the task of coming around her in the last 150 metres here. Paige Squire looking strong on the inside there. Milan Bradshaw with some work to do coming out of turn 4. Paige Squire looks like she will hold on. So the South Australian rider will take 5th spot in this under-19 women's sprint competition. 6th place in the end for Milan Bradshaw. So next up we will have the equivalent ride-off sprints for positions 5, 6, 7 and 8 in our under-19 men's competition. So in this first heat to decide 7th and 8th we have Riley Boyd. He is in the orange and purple of Brunswick. He is up against number 91, Luca Pyatt from Sassy. So Luca Pyatt, the second fastest qualifier from this morning. Perhaps a little surprised to find himself riding in the sprint to decide 7th and 8th. But he still has Riley Boyd to contend with here, and the Brunswick rider certainly isn't going to give it to him for free. As riders are almost at a full track stand there on the back straight. UCI rules dictate that riders must maintain at least the walking pace of a commissaire pacing around the infield. So if you see the commissaire in the blue there, walking alongside the riders, just making sure that they keep moving, which indeed they now do. So I think that might have been an attempt from Luca Pyatt to try and get Riley Boyd to take first position in this upcoming sprint. The Brunswick rider not taking the bait. A little switch down the track there from Pyatt, the rider from South Coast Cycling Club just south of Adelaide. Riley Boyd switching up and down again, trying to get Luca Pyatt to do something unexpected here. So Luca Pyatt will lead them in. Riley Boyd accelerating from second wheel. So Pyatt will lead them into the last lap. Riley Boyd well positioned in the slipstream of the South Australian. Will the Brunswick rider be able to come up around? He's level with the shoulder of Luca Pyatt going into turn 3. Riley Boyd leading coming out of turn 4. Riley Boyd takes the win. So 7th place for Riley Boyd. Luca Pyatt will have to settle for 8th in this men's under-19 sprint competition. So our next pair up on track to contest positions 5 and 6 in our men's under-19 sprint competition. Number 72, the rider in the maroon of the Queensland Academy of Sport, is Sebastian Topping, and he's up against Ravi Hermkens from Central Coast Cycling Club. So Hermkens in first wheel, Topping in second wheel at the moment. Two riders who had very toughly contested quarterfinals. They only just managed to come out on the wrong side of. So Hermkens with a bit of a lead over Topping as they come through 2 laps to go. Hermkens won his round 1 sprint with a very early attack. And as he accelerates down the back straight with a lap and a half to go, it looks like he's planning on being on the gas early here. Sebastian Topping quickly into his slipstream. And the rider from Queensland now in a full sprint as they come through 1 lap to go. Almost a little bit of contact there coming into turn 1. Seb Topping now moving up and around the outside of Ravi Hermkens. Does the Central Coast rider have anything left in the tank to come across? He holds the wheel but can't come around. So Seb Topping will take 5th place overall. Ravi Hermkens 6th place in our men's under-19 sprint competition. Now ready to go for Heat 2 in our women's under-19 sprint semi-finals between fastest qualifier Hope Harnetti and World Championship bronze medalist Ella Liang. Liang in the maroon, not purple. A Queenslander would have my guts if I called it purple. The maroon of QAS, Harnetti in the yellow of Castlemaine. So Liang was the winner of the first sprint between these two riders. Hope Harnetti hoping to even the score and push this to a third and final sprint to decide it. So Hope Harnetti checking over her shoulder, keeping a close eye on Ella Liang. Ella Liang starting from higher up the track, now going to accelerate around the Victorian here. Stays high, hoping to gain a little bit more momentum as they're just shy of a lap to go now. So as she did with the first hit, Liang will lead it in. Hope Harnetti with a gap to make up in second wheel. The Victorian has a big gap to close here, and she's conceded she's not going to do it. So Hope Harnetti swings up the track. It looks like it will be Ella Liang taking the first spot in our women's under-19 sprint final. So that will put Ella Liang through to the gold medal final a bit later on. Hope Harnetti will contest the bronze. Heat 2 of our other women's under-19 sprint semi-final now coming up to the start line. April Catt from Norwood Cycling Club in the red and blue of Sassy. And she will be up against Olivia Wright in the maroon of QAS. Kat, the winner of the first heat between these two. So Olivia Wright needing to level the score here to take it to a deciding third heat. So Kat, it is in first position, leading them down the back straight on lap 1. So riding on the Côte d'Azur, keeping her eye on Olivia Wright, who's in second wheel at the moment. Now it is that Wright moves up the track as they come through 2 laps to go. April Cat continuing to keep her head tilted to the right here, keeping an eye on the Queenslander as the South Australian moves down the track. So April Cat it will be who will lead them into this last lap. Olivia Wright looking comfortable in second wheel for now, but she still has to get around the South Australian here. So April Cat leading them down the back straight. Plenty of cheers for Olivia Wright to try and level the score here. The Norwood rider holding strong coming up towards the line, and it will be April Cat who takes it. So April Cat will go through to face Ella Liang in our gold medal final in the women's under-19 sprint. And Olivia Wright will face Hope Harnetti for the bronze. As the second of our under-19 men's sprint semi-finals get themselves into position. This will be Angus Withington up against Isaac Byrne. Isaac Byrne, the fastest qualifier from this morning. But Withington, the rider who won the first match sprint between these two. Withington giving a big stare to Byrne as they head off the start line. Isaac Byrne staring ahead, fiddling with his socks, trying to maintain an air of cool, casual calm, which never works for me on or off the bike, but Isaac Byrne obviously is built different. So Withington, the rider in the blue from the ACT Academy of Sport. Isaac Byrne in the orange and purple of Brunswick from Melbourne's inner north. As I can see Isaac's clubmate Elliot Burney with the camera on the inside of the track there, just taking a snap or two. A little bit of dummying up and down there from Angus Withington. Isaac Byrne will need to win this sprint in order to keep his hopes of the overall gold medal alive. A rider from Canberra keeping him very high on the track. Isaac Byrne opens the sprint early. Withington will have to come from second wheel. So the rider from Brunswick leading them down the back straight. Withington with a full standing sprint, trying to draw himself level to Isaac Byrne. Isaac Byrne holding strong. Withington trying to come around late, but he won't get there. So Isaac Byrne levels the score. And this semi-final for our men's under-19 sprint will go to a third and deciding heat. So our next pairing up after Isaac Byrne and Angus Withington will be Patrick May and Mitchell Stevens. Patrick May in the all black, the rider from Lidcombe Auburn Cycling Club in suburban Sydney. Up against Mitchell Stevens, the rider in the cream jersey from Adelaide Hill Cycling Club. All right, they're off and rolling now. So Patrick May it is leading them out. Mitchell Stevens in second wheel. So May can book his spot in the gold medal final with a victory here. Mitchell Stevens can force a third heat if he is able to get the better of Patrick May. So a little bit of switching and swapping from both riders there as they come through 2 laps to go. Patrick May now starting to accelerate out of the saddle, going down the back straight. So the New South Welshman will lead the South Australian into the last lap, but Mitchell Stevens is much closer to Patrick May than he was the first time they sprinted against each other. He's in the slipstream now of Patrick May as Mitchell Stevens, but does he have the watts to be able to come around? Patrick May holding strong. It looks like he's going to be able to take the win. So Patrick May books his spot in the men's under-19 sprint final. So we are 2 minutes away from the presentations of our under-19 Women's National Madison Championships. So all riders who are going to be on the podium, or those taking photos of those riders on the podium, please come on down to the presentation area. So that's all riders needed for the podium of the under-19 Women's Madison National Championships. So making the presentations for our Women's Under-19 National Madison Championships will be Louise Jones, AusCycling's head of track. see a couple of riders just getting themselves podium ready, so we're just about to go. Okay, the presentations for the Women's Under-19 Madison National Championships will now take place. In third place today, and winners of the bronze medal, the team from Victoria, Billy Russell and Lavinia Ward. In second place today, in the colours of the Balmoral Women's Development Initiative, Neve Parslow and Isabella Potts. And first place today, the gold medal winners and new national champions from Team QAS, Elsie Apps and Sienna Monteith. Congratulations to all the podium finishers at our Under-19 Women's Madison National Championships. So coming up now, our deciding sprint in the men's under-19 sprint semi-final between Isaac Byrne and Angus Withington. So both riders with 1 win each up to now. And the winner to go on to face Patrick May in the gold medal final. There's a bit of Metallica in the background of the sound system here at Disc Velodrome. Seems as good a background music as any for a deciding sprint between two very talented young riders. Withington in the blue, Byrne in the orange and purple. So Byrne, the fastest qualifier for them this morning, winner of the second heat. Withington got the better of him the first time around. Who will take the win here and face Patrick May in the battle for the gold medal. So Withington opens it up early with about 300 metres to go. So Withington it will be who will lead them in. Byrne, the Brunswick rider, is right on his wheel. He's now trying to come around the outside of the man from the ACT. Angus Withington holding good spot. Byrne's up to his shoulder. He's coming around. It'll be tight at the line and close there, but Angus Withington gets the win. So the man from Canberra will go on to face Patrick May in our sprint gold medal final. So victory there for Angus Withington over Isaac Byrne. Copy that. 125 replaced by 130. So we're getting ready for our Team Pursuits 3 versus 4 final for our women's competition. So Team 3, which raced earlier today as Claudia Marks, Amelie Sanders, Leonie van der Berg and Isla Carr, has had a substitution. So Amelie Sanders has swapped out and Maddie Wasserback has swapped in. So because there were only 3 teams taking part in the Women's Team Pursuit Challenge today, we will have just one team starting from the home straight. So all 4 riders looking to get good quality team pursuing experience. All right, off and rolling now. It's Claudia Marks, last year's women's Austral wheel race winner, leading them out. She's got Liana van der Berg from Sassy in second wheel, Isla Carr, the Western Australian, in third wheel, and Maddie Wasserback, the under-19 gravel national champion and former under-19 cyclocross national champion, in fourth wheel. So Claudia Marks, who represented Australia at the World Championships in Santiago de Chile a couple of months ago, leading this quartet through now. So they complete their first 500 metres in 39.350. So 2 laps down, 14 laps left in this 4,000 metre team's pursuit. So Liani van der Berg, one of the riders who was up for South Australian Sports Institute Athlete of the Year a short while ago. Hands things over now to Isla Carr, the rider in the colours of the West Australian Institute of Sport. Isla Carr recently won the sprint classification at the Tour of Bright on the road in women's A grade, courtesy of a long breakaway on stage 3, which saw her take maximum points at both of the available sprints. Maddie Wasserback, the Sassy rider with the black and grey helmet, swings up the track now, leads it back to Claudia Marks. So we're just shy of the halfway point in this team pursuit effort for these 4 riders. So Claudia Marks will lead them through the halfway point at 2:16.54. Liani van der Berg charging now at the front of this quartet, holding good formation here. All 4 riders staying nice and aero and close together. Van der Berg swings up the track, and it's now Isla Carr leading. 2:49 through 2.5 kilometres. So 5.5 laps of the track left for this team pursuit effort. It'll be very interesting to see how this quartet measures up against the 2 teams that are going to go head-to-head in the final in just a moment's time. Wasserback leads them through. That's the 3,000 metre mark done now, so 1 kilometre to go. 3:21.55 through 3,000 metres. All 4 riders still staying together. You are allowed to finish with only 3. The time is taken on the 3rd rider to cross the final finish line. And we saw in some of the earlier rounds that teams would have dropped a rider by this point, but this 4 all staying together for now. 2 laps left as they go through 2,500 metres in 3:54. Marks, who led them out of the start house, will lead them through the bell as well. So the rider from Canberra still holding her position very nicely as they come into the back straight. Riders all suffering, but this quartet have done well to stick together as well as they have. Marks swings wide as they come up and cross the finish line, 4:26.28. So a good team pursuit effort and good practice for all 4 of those riders. So we're now gearing up for the final of our women's team pursuit. So this will see the riders from Team 1 who'll be starting in the home straight. They will be Nicole Duncan, Alyssa Polides, Sophie Edwards and Felicity Wilson-Haffenden. And in the back straight, they will be challenged by Odette Lynch, Kira Will, Riley McMullen and Maeve Plouffe. So as you look at Team 1 on the track, it's Nicole Duncan, the rider in the blue of the New South Wales Institute of Sport, who's just getting her bike slotted into the pneumatic start gate. Just to her side and slightly up the track in the navy blue of the Victorian Institute of Sport, that's Alyssa Polides. Next to her in the black and green helmet is Sophie Edwards, who was an Olympian in the team pursuit in Paris last year. And at the top of the track in the home straight, Felicity Wilson-Haffenden. In the back straight, it will be Odette Lynch leading the team containing Kira Will, Riley McMullen and Maeve Plouffe. All right, off and rolling. Sides of the Velodrome, almost perfectly in unison there. As Team 1, the squad of Duncan, Polides, Edwards and Wilson-Haffenden going up against this team of Odette Lynch, Kira Will, Riley McMullen and Maeve Plouffe. So we'll get a good idea of how these squads are shaping up as they come through the first lap. Nicole Duncan leads Team 1 through, 0.67 of a second ahead. So Duncan, the former junior track world champion, leading well ahead of Odette Lynch, who's leading Team 2 in the red colours of Sassy. So through 500 metres, Team 1 with a lead of 1.16 seconds over Team 2. So they're rolling over nice and smoothly, as it is now Alyssa Polides for Team 1 and Kira Will for Team 2 in the lead. Alyssa Polides in the dark blue of the VIS, Duncan in the light blue of the New South Wales Institute of Sport. Gap seems to have come back a little bit between the two squads, as it is now Sophie Edwards leading Team 1 in the black and green helmet and the kit of the Australian track national team. She's up against Riley McMullen from Team 2, who's riding in the long maroon sleeves of QAS. So the gap hovering around 1.1 seconds. So after a good start there from Team 1, it has stabilised between these two squads, as is now the former junior road time trial world champion Felicity Wilson-Haffenden, the Tasmanian in the colours of Lidl Trek, on the front of Team 1, up against the very experienced Maeve Plouffe, another Olympian in the bunch who is leading Team number 2 now. So Wilson-Haffenden has really come into her own as a pro in the last year or so, after what was initially a rough transition straight up from juniors right to the Women's World Tour. So they're coming into halfway now, as it is Nicole Duncan back on the front for Team 1, who go through halfway in 2:10.430. Team 2, 2.6 seconds behind, as it is Odette Lynch, who is currently leading Team number 2. She hands over now to Kira Will, Australian Madison national champion that she won at this very Velodrome this time last year. Nicole Duncan, who I believe was her teammate in that Madison, leading the squad coming from behind, hands it over to Alyssa Polides. Duncan now swings off, so Team 1 is now down to 3 riders, with Polides leading ahead of Edwards and Wilson-Haffenden. Team 2 still being driven by Riley McMullen, the rider in the maroon sleeves of QAS. As the 3 riders from Team 1 can very nearly see the 4 from Team 2 ahead of them. Team 1 now coming in to 1,000 metres to go. 4 laps left for Team 1. They come through in 3:12.79. Team 2, 4.09 seconds behind them. as the Paris Olympian Sophie Edwards swings up the track, and Felicity Wilson-Haffenden, who was a world champion in the mixed relay team time trial at the UCI Road World Championships in Kigali, Rwanda a couple of months ago, is now putting on a show. The gap has really opened up every time Felicity Wilson-Haffenden has come through to take a turn. The Tasmanian is an absolute powerhouse here. So 2 laps to go now for Team 1 ahead of Team 2. They're not quite going to catch them by the time they come through, as it is now Odette Lynch for Team 2 who peels away. Bell rings for Team 1. 1 lap to go. They start the final lap just inside 4 minutes. Team 2 just over 5 seconds behind as Maeve Pluford who is struggling to hold the wheel of her teammates. Felicity Wilson-Haffenden swings up the track and Team 1 stops the clock. 4:15.040. That's 3.5 seconds quicker than they went in qualifying this morning. Team 2 crossed the line in 4:21.59, so almost exactly the same time as this morning's qualifying for the folks in team number 2. So we're now heading into the finals for our under-19 women's sprint competition. So in Heat 1 of our bronze medal final, we'll have Hope Harnetti in the yellow of Castlemaine Cycling Club from Central Victoria, and she'll be going up against Olivia Wright from Balmoral Cycling Club in the maroon of QAS. So the Victorian up against the Queenslander here. So Hope Harnetti holding first position here over Olivia Wright. The Victorian, who was the fastest qualifier this morning. He's sprinting it out against Olivia Wright. So Olivia Wright just laying off the back wheel of Hope Harnetti here, trying to convince the Victorian to open up the sprint early, which indeed she now does. So Hope Harnetti will lead them through the bell. Olivia Wright into the slipstream of the Victorian. Will she be able to come around by the end? So Hope Harnetti leading the pair of them up the back straight, accelerating out of the saddle. Olivia Wright in second wheel. Up now to the hip of Hope Harnetti, challenging her shoulder as they come out of the back straight. It'll be close on the line. Olivia Wright takes the win. So Olivia Wright wins the first heat of our women's bronze medal final. So the riders in our women's under-19 sprint gold medal final squaring up for their first heat. This will be Ella Liang in the purple of QAS from Balmoral Cycling Club up against the South Australian April Cat from Norwood. So April Cat, our second fastest qualifier this morning. Ella Liang, the bronze medalist in this discipline at the Junior Track World Championships earlier this year, has had a slightly unconventional method to the gold medal final after qualifying 7th or 8th fastest this morning. I think she might have been a little bit disappointed in her qualifying run, but she's taken it out on her competitors ever since then. So the South Australian and the Queenslander facing off in Heat 1 of our gold medal final. Ella Liang moves to the inside of April Cat and will take first position coming into the bell. Standing acceleration from the Queenslander as they go through 1 lap to go. April Cat, the South Australian, trying to challenge her around the outside. Ella Liang, a big standing acceleration from her up to the hip of Liang. And then coming up to the line, Ella Liang does just hold on. Ella Liang by half a wheel there over April Cat. So first blood to the Queenslander. So Ella Liang wins the first heat of our women's under-19 sprint gold medal final. As we will now welcome our men's under-19 sprint bronze medal finalists to the track. This final will pit fastest qualifier this morning, Isaac Byrne, up against Mitchell Stevens, the rider in the cream from Adelaide Hills Cycling Club, Byrne in the orange and purple of Brunswick. So our men's bronze medal finalists set off, as we've got a little bit of Sweet Child of Mine from Guns of Roses on the PA system here at Disc Velodrome. So Stevens in the cream, Byrne in the orange and purple, facing off against each other. Mitchell Stevens has tried some slightly unconventional tactics that have managed to get him to the semi-final. He wasn't quite able to overhaul Patrick May. Now, and just leaning on each other a little bit, those two riders. I would have said today in Melbourne was probably a little bit too warm to have any more bodily contact than is absolutely necessary. So the two riders swapped a little bit of paint there. But they're now back up to speed again as they come in towards the bell now. Isaac Byrne, the Brunswick rider, will lead them in. Mitchell Stevens in second wheel and fully committed, the rider from Adelaide. So Isaac Byrne leading them down the back straight. Mitchell Stevens coming up to the back wheel of Isaac Byrne. Will he be able to come around him in the final straight? It doesn't look like he will. So Isaac Byrne takes the first heat in our men's under-19 sprint bronze medal final. So our gold medal finalists coming up to the line now. This will pit Patrick May in the black from Lidcombe Auburn Cycling Club against Angus Withington in the long blue sleeves of the ACT Academy of Sport. Both riders part of the squad that went to the Junior Track World Championships earlier this year. So will it be Angus Withington or Patrick May who gets the early advantage in our best of three final series? So Withington happy to hold the lower position and slightly further forward than Patrick May. I would not be at all surprised to see a little bit of dummying back and forward here between these two. Withington making sure that May stays nice and high up near the boards. Riders on the Storm comes over the PA here as Angus Withington launches early. Patrick May trying to come across to the rider from Canberra, but it doesn't look like he'll be able to get across the gap. Angus Withington's going to take this final convincingly, or at least the first heat of it. So the rider from Canberra takes the win in Heat 1. Patrick May settles for second place, and he'll hope to have slightly better legs in the second final. So we'll now have our men's team pursuit finals. So we had 4 teams set times earlier today, 3 Australian teams and 1 from New Zealand. So it looks like the New Zealand team choosing not to take to the start line. Oh, a red flag is raised by the commissaire. I think there's a mechanical issue with the bike of Jonas Shelverton there. So the rider from Tasmania, I think he was pointing to his front tyre, so we might be in need of a new front wheel. So I think there's going to be a quick changeover of either a wheel or a whole bike here for Jonas Shelverton. So he'll be accompanied in this team pursuit by Alex Hughes, who's the rider to his right in the long maroon sleeves of the Queensland Academy of Sports. Sam Washington is the rider in the yellow colours of the WAIS. And then Edward Marks, the rider from Canberra, is in the royal blue of the ACT Academy of Sport, as the new wheel has now arrived. So the running repairs just about completed on the bike of the Tasmanian Jonas Shelverton. He now climbs back aboard. So this is Team 3. They set a time of 4:03.730 in the qualifying earlier today, so that will be their mark to beat. So our 4 riders just about ready to go. Off and rolling go the 4 riders in our team pursuit. Jonas Shelverton at the bottom of the track. So he'll come forward into first position. Alex Hughes in second wheel. Sam Washington third. And Edward Marks, a rider from Canberra, in fourth. So 4:03.730 was their time for 4,000 metres in the qualifying this morning. And they've clocked 21.47 in the early going. So a good first lap there from this squad. And as Alex Hughes come through for his first turn on the front, they're holding good speed. So Hughes swings out of the way, and it's Washington who now takes up the running at the front. So the rider from WA now leading this quartet as they come up towards the 1,000 metre mark. So 1:05.220 at a quarter distance. So Washington, the Western Australian, swings up the track. Lets the man from the nation's capital, Edward Marks, sibling of last year's women's Austral winner, Claudia, come through for a turn on the front. So 1:34.640 at the 1,500 metre mark for our 4 riders in team number 3. As they've gone all the way through the rotation, and it is Jonas Shelverton, the Tasmanian, who's now back on the front in the navy blue of the Tasmanian Institute of Sport. So Shelverton swings up and out of the rotation completely. So they're down to 3 now. Jonas Shelverton has done his dash, so the remaining laps will have to be crossed off by Alex Hughes, Sam Washington and Edward Marks, working well together. The time taken on the 3rd rider over the line at the 4,000 metre mark. Through 2,500 metres, 2:34.440. So that time would be roughly equivalent to where they were at the same point in their qualifying effort this morning. As Washington continues to drive on the front of this group. Swings out of the way now. Edward Marks, the Canberran, the next rider to come through for a turn. At 3,000 metres, they've clocked 3:04.530. So to beat the time from this morning, they'll need to average more than 60 k's an hour over this last 1,000 metres. A very difficult task for any mere mortal, but these are elite riders, and I would back them to be able to make that up. So Alex Hughes, the Queenslander, on the front of this trio now. 2 laps left to go, 3:34.850. Washington, the Western Australian, leading them now. Jonas Shelverton shifting around a little, sorry, not Jonas Shelverton, Edward Marks shifting around a little in his saddle in second wheel. They come through and get the bell, so Washington leads them through. Marks in second, Hughes in third. 3:49.880 at the bell. So we'll see how this time compares to this morning's effort as they come up towards the line now. They fan out 3 wide. A good finish there, 4:05.150. So about a second and a half slower than their effort this morning. But still a good effort from our individual pursuiters, and I'm sure that will give them plenty to think about in future. So for our Madison final, for our fastest 2 qualifiers, we will have teams in both the front and the back straight. So our squad in the front straight, team number 1 will be comprised of Tom Cornish, Will Holmes, Blake Quick and Kurt Ether. And team number 2 in the back straight, who are all on their machines already. Rowan Hayden-Smith, last year's men's Austral winner Noah Blannon, Jack Dola and Joshua Duffy. So for team 1 on the home straight, it's Tom Cornish who's in the pneumatic gate at the bottom of the track. Just to his left, it's double elimination champion, national champion, Kurt Ether. To his right, Blake Quick, former pro rider for Team Jaco Alula. And in the red of Team Sassy, it's Will Holmes. Meanwhile, in the back straight, Ronan Hayden-Smith will lead them out. Second position will be Jack Dola, then Noah Blannon and Josh Duffy. All right, they're off and going in our men's team pursuit final. A strong start there from Tom Cornish. Perhaps unsurprising given that he was originally a track sprinter before moving over to the endurance side of track cycling. For mine, team 2 were slightly faster through that first half a lap there. We'll see how things shape up once all riders are in their aero bars and the first lap is done. It is team 1 ahead by 0.31 of a second over team 2 at the moment. So Tom Cornish driving team 1 down the back straight, as it is Rowan Hayden-Smith, the rider from QAS, leading team 2 in the maroon. Through 500 metres, the gap is out to 0.78 of a second in favour of team 1. As it's time to see our first changes, Cornish swings out of the way and makes the way for Kurt Ether, recent winner of the Friday night criterium at the Tour of Bright, where he was able to beat the likes of World Tour sprinter Kel O'Brien. Kel O'Brien, also a very handy team pursuiter, part of the squad that won Olympic gold for Australia in Paris last year. So Noah Blannon now leading team number 2 in the maroon of QAS, as it is Blake Quick, former Madison World Junior Champion, alongside Luke Clapp. I think they won that title in about 2017, if memory serves. So 1 minute 31.430 for team 1 through the first 1,500 metres of this Madison. As it is Noah Blannon now swinging out of the way for team 2, giving way to Joshua Duffy, who's in the navy blue of the Victorian Institute of Sport. He swapped his skin suit from earlier today when he was wearing the royal blue of the Australian national team. So Will Holmes, a very talented young rider who rides on the road for Haggins Berman Jaco, Team Jaco Alula's development squad. So coming up to half distance now. No, they're past half distance actually. So still a lead of 0.8 seconds for Team 1 over Team 2. And at the speeds these riders are going, that's actually a decent portion of this track. They're lapping very quickly indeed, are these riders. As it is now Tom Cornish who swings away. He calls out 3 to his teammates to indicate that he has swung off completely and won't be rejoining the train. So it will now be Will Holmes, Blake Quick and Kurt Ether bringing it home for team number 1. As team 2 are also now down to 3 riders as Rowan Hayden-Smith has pulled away. So Noah Blannon now leading team 2 in the maroon. He's up against Blake Quick, the rider in the skin suit of Jaco Alula from last year, not the purple of 2025. This year, Blake Quick has been riding for the Dutch team Ruhai Insurance. So 3 riders left for each team now as they come up to 2 laps to go. Will Holmes back on the front as Team 1 goes through 3,500 metres in 3:24.5, 3.83 seconds ahead of Team 2. They can almost see Team 2 in the straights. Now Team 1, they come through and get the bell. Holmes driving hard on the front of Team 1. The bell rings down the back straight for Team 2 as it's Joshua Duffy leading that squad. Half a lap left now for Team 1. Will Holmes swings up wide, lets the other riders come through. We'll see the time that Team 1 clocks, 3:53.33. And then team number 2 crossing in 3:57.4. So both squads going about 3.5 seconds faster in the afternoon effort compared to the morning effort. So 2 well-executed team pursuits rides from both Team 1 and Team 2 there, with the win going to Team 1, the squad of Tom Cornish, Will Holmes, Blake Quick and Kurt Ether. So coming back to the track now are our women's under-19 sprint medal finals. So our 2 riders sprinting it out for the bronze medal, Hope Harnetti and Olivia Wright back on track. Harnetti in the yellow of Castlemaine Cycling Club from Central Victoria. Olivia Wright in the long maroon sleeves of the Queensland Academy of Sport. So they're off and rolling now. Olivia Wright, rider in the maroon, was the winner of the first heat of our bronze medal final. So she'll be hoping to wrap this up in straight sets over Hope Harnetti with a win here. Harnetti obviously hoping to take the victory in this second heat to keep her bronze medal hopes alive. These 2 rolled around at a decent tempo in the first race. Things seem a bit slower and a bit more tactical this time around. In the first of the finals between these 2 riders, the first heat, I should say, of this bronze medal final, Wright attacked a decent way out, got a gap over Harnetti, and Harnetti was unable to get back into the slipstream. The rider from Castlemaine keeping a much closer eye on the Queenslander this time around. So a lap and a half to go for these 2 now. No one willing to attack from long distance this time. Harnetti trying to use the banking here. Wright once again taking a lead of 5 or 10 metres into this last lap. She'll be hoping to employ the same tactic that got her the win last time. Harnetti hoping to change the fortunes from her first heat. Coming down the back straight, Wright leads them into turn 3, but Harnetti closing very quickly. The Victorian making her way up around the outside. It's going to be close on the line, but Harnetti does get there. So our bronze medal final will go to the third heat, as we are now at one race apiece. So Harnetti just able to come around Olivia Wright in the final straight there, drawing level with her around turn 4 and then using the slingshot effect to get herself over the line in first place. The final 200 metres covered in 12.28 seconds. So our women's sprint gold medal final coming up for heat number 2 now, between Ella Liang and April Catt. Ella Liang, the rider in the maroon of the Queensland Academy of Sport, the winner of the first heat. April Catt, our second fastest qualifier from this morning, in the red and navy of Sassy, looking to make it one apiece and force this to a decider. So Ella Liang, happy to ride on the front at a decent tempo here. Encouraging April Catt to stretch her toes out to make sure that she stays within touching distance. So Ella Liang, bronze medalist at the Track Junior Worlds earlier this year, will open up with a gap of 2 bike lengths coming into the last straight. But April Catt challenging her around the outside, going down the back straight. Ella Liang accelerates out of the saddle. They're shoulder to shoulder coming into turn 3. Ella Liang trying to find something from underneath, and she does indeed. Ella Liang takes the win and takes the gold medal in the women's under-19 sprint gold medal final. So victory for the Queenslander. Her day didn't get out to the start she might have planned, qualifying 7th fastest. But she's come through with the goods in the end, and Ella Liang will take home the gold medal in our women's under-19 sprint. So an excellent sprint final there to decide the gold and silver medals between Ella Liang and April Catt, with victory going the way of the Queenslander. So our second heat for our men's under-19 bronze medal sprint final. The riders just coming up to the line now. Isaac Byrne of Brunswick in the orange and purple, going up against Mitchell Stevens from Adelaide Hills Cycling Club in the cream. Isaac Byrne, the winner of the first heat between these two. So off and rolling now. So Mitchell Stevens, the South Australian, just ahead of Isaac Byrne, the Victorian, who just runs his hand over his rear tyre, makes sure that there are no impediments that might cause a puncture at the worst possible moment. So Stevens has made it to the bronze medal final despite not being the 4th fastest qualifier. He's really raced above his qualifying position so far, has Mitchell Stevens, and shown great tactical awareness. Isaac Byrne, the fastest qualifier in our morning flying 200 session. So a good contrast of styles between these two riders. The tactics of Stevens against the power of Byrne. So as we wind up for the final sprint, Mitchell Stevens sends it early. Isaac Byrne uses the banking of the track to get into the slipstream of the South Australian, draws level with his shoulder as they start the back straight. now eases into the lead. Isaac Byrne has got this one comfortably, so the Brunswick rider will come through. He will take the bronze medal. A little bit of a fist pump there from the Victorian. He's happy with that, so he takes the men's under-19 sprint bronze medal final in straight sets. Well done to Isaac Byrne of Brunswick. Some warm applause from the crowd for both Isaac Byrne and Mitchell Stevens there. Some excellent track racing between the two of them. All right, our gold medal final for our men's under-19 sprint now coming to the line. Angus Withington in the long blue sleeves of the ACT Academy of Sport, up against Patrick May in the black from Lidcombe Auburn Cycling Club. Withington, the winner of the first sprint between these two. So will it be Patrick May forcing a third and final sprint for the gold medal, or will it be Angus Withington taking it home in straight sets? The rider from Canberra leads them out, as the temperature in Melbourne is hovering around 31.3 degrees trackside. So it's a balmy little day here in Melbourne. Withington leading them at the moment, keeping a very close eye on May, not really bothering to check his forward progress at all when he could have his head tilted to the right and an eye on his rival. Withington moving up the track to try and contain Patrick May as best he could. He tried that in the opening final between these two, and it seemed to work fairly well. Both riders now shoulder to shoulder and winding up their sprints as they come in towards the bell. There's the bell, and Withington it will be who will lead them in. He won the final, the first final from the lead position. Patrick May has some work to do to try and close him down. The rider from Canberra is looking good here. Angus Withington comes into the home straight. He will go out the winner of the gold medal in the men's under-19 sprints. Silver it will be for Patrick May from Lidcombe Auburn Cycling Club. The final 200 metres covered there in a brisk 10.97 seconds. So our next event up on track will be the men's under-19 Madison National Championships. I can see a few riders down getting their bikes checked over by the commissaires. So I think we're still a few minutes away from a start. So we'll just go on a little break for a moment and we'll be back with you shortly. So our riders for our men's under-19 national championships moving themselves into position now. So we've got 9 teams contesting the under-19 Madison National Championship this year. So wearing number 1, the riders from the South Australian Sports Institute, Oliver Ward and William Brown. Team number 2 in the white and black of New Zealand. That will be Riley Crampton and Remy Dalton. Wearing number 4 after an early scratching, Cole Faringa and Alex Berta. They're in the purple. Team number 5 in the Victorian navy and blue, Alistair Norris and Max Newspan. Team number 6 in the maroon of QAS, Lachlan Walters and Samuel Hilditch. Team number 7 in the white torso and blue sleeves of Guest Picks Racing, that's Alec Guglielmucci and Liam Underwood. In the navy blue of the Victorian Institute of Sport, just trying to get their, I can see one of the riders from that team getting their bike fixed now. That's Lockie Stewart, his partner is Ollie Jirovec. So Ollie Jirovec waiting in the back straight, just waiting to get confirmation that Lockie Stewart will be able to join the start. He's just getting his machine checked over. Then Team 9 in the black jerseys of Villawood Racing. That's Harrison Lace and Billy Van Hout, both from South Australia. And in the green jerseys, team number 10 from New Zealand, Oliver Keast and Daniel Grieve. So Lockie Stewart's bike just in the measuring jig, being looked over by some of the commissaires, making sure it's just compliant with all of the relevant rules and regulations. Lockie Stewart is a rider who doesn't mind a more extreme position on his machine. And the word comes from the commissaires that Team 8 will be allowed to take the start. So I think Lockie Stewart's bike was initially deemed to be non-compliant, but I think all is well now. So I think a couple of final bolts just being adjusted, making sure that everything stays attached as it should. So after what was probably a slightly less than ideal preparation for this men's under-19 Madison, Lockie Stewart now ready to ride. All right, our neutral lap is underway and our riders are off. So 120 laps, 30 kilometres of racing for our men's under-19 Madison National Championship. Sprints every 10 laps with points awarded for the first 4 finishes over the line. 5 points for first, 3 points for second, 2 points for third, 1 point for fourth. Double points for the last sprint at the end. 20 points if you gain a lap on the field, 20 points, minus 20 points I should say, if you lose a lap on the field. So the whistle is blown from the commissaires. And we are underway, 119 laps to go. It seems like a lot, but they will just fly by, especially once these riders get cooking. As it is Riley Crampton from New Zealand wearing the Silver Fern skin suit. on the front of our main bunch at the moment. He's being trailed by Samuel Hilditch, who was one of the starring protagonists of the men's under-19 points race at the Omnium National Championships last year. Still one of the most exciting races I've ever been fortunate enough to see. So our first set of hand slings now taking place. A few riders moving up and down within that main bunch to make sure they can exchange safely. As the second of each of the partners for our Madison teams now out and going. So a quick hand sling there from the Kiwis. So that will be Remy Dalton handing back to his teammate Riley Crampton. The two of those were in Team 4 of our team pursuit squads that laid down a time earlier in the day. They chose not to come back for a bronze medal ride in the team pursuit, possibly because all 4 of the riders there from Team 4, the New Zealanders, would all be taking part in this race. Now, if this is an Australian Madison National Championship, you might be wondering why there are a couple of teams of New Zealanders in the mix. It's because this is an open national championship. So riders from other countries are welcome to compete and even to win, but at the first of the Australian teams at the standings at the end of our 120 laps will be crowned national champions. That was actually the case in our women's elite Madison National Championships last year, where it was the Japanese duo of Tsuyaka Uchino and Mizuki Ikeda who won that Madison overall. But the first Australian pair, Kira Will and Nicole Duncan, went out the overall winners. So coming into our first sprint now, there's the bell as being slung through now William Brown from the Sassy squad. He's just ahead of one of the riders from QAS. I think this might be Lockie Walters, as Lockie Stewart from the Victorian Institute of Sport is coming around in third. So Sassy in first. Lachlan Walters in way out. Likes to attack from range, does Lockie Stewart, recent winner of B-grade men's at the Tour of Bright, a classification once previously won by Cadell Evans. So Lockie Stewart keeping very good company by doing well in that race. He's now handed off to his partner, Ollie Jirovec. Ollie Jirovec, the rider in the blue helmet for the VIS team. Another of the riders who represented Australia at Junior Track Worlds. 2 laps to go now till the next sprint. And the pace has increased again. This is William Brown on the front of the bunch for Sassy. His teammate Oliver Ward drops down for a sling from the very front of the bunch here. So Oliver Ward in first place. Samuel Hilditch from QAS in second. Lockie Stewart from VIS in third. So Sassy took the first sprint of this Madison. It looks like they might take the second one as well. So maximum points again for the Sassy squad of Oliver Ward and William Brown. Second place there for the QAS team of Walters and Hilditch. Jirovec and Stewart, the VIS squad, grabbing third place. And this time it was the Kiwis, Riley Crampton and Remy Dalton, grabbing fourth place and 1 point. So they are now on the board as well. So that gives us 5 teams on the leaderboard so far. Ward and Brown of Sassy have won both sprints so far. So they are currently leading with 10 points. As there's an attack off the front of the bunch. This will be Max Nussbaum, the rider from the Victorian team in the Victorian Navy blue and white. Max Nussbaum pulled this exact sort of trick in the under-19 men's points race at the National Omnium Championships last year. In a 120-lap race, Max Nussbaum gained 1 lap on the field, got to 20 points, boosted himself from 7th to 5th, gained another 20 points with another lap, and that boosted him up into the top 5, and he got about 2/3 of the way to gaining a 3rd lap that would have given him the win before he ran out of gas. So Max Nussbaum now handing off to his teammate Alistair Norris. He's being joined out the front by one of the Kiwis. I think that might be Riley Crampton who's with him. So they've now got half a lap on the main field. It is indeed Riley Crampton who is with Alistair Norris at the front of this main bunch. So they've got a gap of half a lap, our leading 2 riders. The rest of the field happy to hang out in the main peloton. So the team in both the Victorian blue and the Kiwi white setting their hopes on being able to gain a lap and 20 points on this main field, so they don't have to trouble themselves quite so much with the bun fight that is the sprint every 10 laps. Speaking of the sprints, we're now 2.5 laps away from our next one. And based on the way that our two leading riders, who are now Nussbaum and Dalton, the partners of the riders who were out a few moments ago. So Nussbaum and Dalton working well together there. If they keep going like this, they'll grab the points for the next sprint before they manage to catch up to the rear of the main field. So the Kiwis get a hand sling there. So it's Riley Crampton now for the Kiwis. Alistair Norris from Blackburn for the Victorians trying to chase back across, but it looks like the Kiwis will grab 5 points for winning this sprint, and they're not far away from grabbing another 20. Second place for the Victorians, as we cast our eyes back to the front of the main bunch, where it is the other Kiwi team in green coming up to challenge, but it will be the squad of QAS. And Lockie Walters there, grabbing third place and 2 points. So that will boost them up to 8. And then the green Kiwi squad of Oliver Keast and Daniel Grieve getting on the board for the first time with 1 point there. So our two chasing leaders of Nussbaum and Crampton, and it looks like they are just about to make the catch. So once they do, they will be awarded 20 points. And there we go, the catch is made. So 20 points for the Victorian squad in the navy blue and white, as well as for the Kiwis in the silver fern jersey, the white and black. So the Kiwis, Riley Crampton and Remy Dalton, by virtue of having taken some points already, now lead this Madison overall with 26 points. The Victorian pair of Nussbaum and Norris in second place at the moment with 23 points. Then it's a gap of 13 points back to the next pair, which is the Sassy squad of Oliver Ward and William Brown. Copy that. Word from the commissaires. Lockie Stewart was allowed to take the start today, but he's been given an official warning and a fine of $100 from the commissaires for delaying the start of our men's under-19 Madison. So Lockie Stewart's pockets will be a little lighter. There are ways to make yourself and your bike lighter, but making yourself lighter in the pockets is not typically the way that it's done. 2.5 laps to go until our next sprint here, as it is Ollie Jirovic from the VIS squad, the partner of Lockie Stewart, now driving things at the front. The Sassy rider, that looks like it is William Brown who is chasing him down. And it is the guest picks rider, that'll be Alec Guglielmucci. Oh, a near miss there as they come in, 1 lap to go. So it will be Jirovic leading them for VIS. In second place will be William Brown from Sassy. Brown coming up now. Ward and Jirovic coming up to make a change, but that will allow the Sassy squad to grab 5 points, 3 for the VIS squad, 2 for the team in purple from New Zealand, that's Cole Faringa and Alex Berta. And then fourth place there, I think might have gone to the third of the Kiwi squads in the green, Oliver Keast and Daniel Grieve. We'll leave that to the commissaires. Copy. So is that a warning for Team 7 or docking points? Copy that. So a warning issued by the commissaire for Team 7 in that last race, for that last sprint, for not completing a handover successfully. So there must be contact established between the two riders. It can be just a tap of the hands, even if it's not the full hand sling that is the most advantageous. So as we're now more than a third of the way through our Under-19 Men's National Championship, Here is an update on the current standings. So leading at the moment, the Kiwi pair of Riley Crampton and Remy Dalton. They have 26 points. On 23 points in second place currently, the Victorian squad in the navy blue and white. That's Alistair Norris and Max Nussbaum. In third place at the moment on 15 points, the sassy duo of Oliver Ward and William Brown. And then everybody else in single digits. So a little bit of, you could almost call it calm returning to the bunch here as they're 3 laps away from their next sprint. A couple of riders looking to make a change over there. Lockie Stewart gets handed the advantage by Ollie Jirovic, but has to check his pace to avoid crashing into William Brown there. So the Sassy boys have been winding it up from a long way out with 2 laps to go. This is Oliver Ward from Sassy driving at the front of this field. Lockie Stewart, the rider with the green helmet, holding onto his wheel now, but not making any progress. So Oliver Ward looking really strong as they come into 1 lap to go to the next sprint. Lockie Stewart in second, the riders from QAS in third. A well-timed change there from the Sassy boys as Lockie Stewart about to hand over to Ollie Jirovic. Ollie Jirovic is a good sprinter, but he's not that good. 5 more points to our Sassy squad as William Brown it is taking it ahead of Ollie Jirovic. So 5 for Sassy, 3 there for the VIS Navy Blue. 3 I think it might have been for Alistair Norris from Victoria. No, it was actually the Sassy squad of Walters and Hilditch who got 2 points and 1 point for Norris and Nussbaum, the Victorian riders in the navy blue and white. So the shape of this under-19 Men's Madison National Championship changing all the time, but it's still our Kiwi riders, team number 2, Riley Crampton and Remy Dalton leading for the moment from Alistair Norris and Max Nussbaum. So it's now Lockie Stewart and the Sassy rider William Brown who are out the front alone. Those 2 riders being chased down by the QAS pairing as Hilditch takes up the mantle from his teammate Walters. And just as he comes across, as does Alistair Nussbaum and the Kiwis, the pace eases at the front again, and the cards reshuffle. So a relatively calm time of the race for a change there between Lockie Stewart and his teammate Ollie Jirovic. Ollie Jirovic from Brunswick Cycling Club, Lockie Stewart from Alpine Cycling Club. Though he has plenty of experience riding on the track, does Lockie Stewart. He was the winner of the under-17 men's Austral wheel race last year. This is his first year racing in the under-19s, but a rider widely predicted to have a bright future. So 3 laps to go to our next sprint as it's Remy Dalton from the Kiwi squad in the white and black at the front of our main field. He casts his eye up the track to his squad mate Riley Crampton. So Dalton switches out with Crampton at the front of our main field. Then it is the QAS riders, then Sassy, then the Victorians, then the VIS, and then 2 Kiwi squads, 1 green, 1 purple on the back of our main field. A lap and a half to go until our next sprint, and the pace is lifted again. Sassy have been very good at finding their way to the front in these sorts of sprints. And as they come through now, it will be Lockie Walters handing over to his teammate Samuel Hilditch there. Max Nussbaum narrowly avoids a crash there. Some very good bike handling. The Sassy squad is closing with a rate of knots. Max Nussbaum decides not to hand over to his teammate Alistair Norris there. Nearly gets pipped on the line by the Sassy boys, but I think that was QAS 1, Victoria 2, Sassy 3, VIS 4, if I had to guess. We'll wait for the update from the commissaires as it's now one of the Kiwi squads in the purple. This is Alex Berta, who is trying his luck at gaining an entire lap on the field. The results of that last sprint now up on the board. The QAS squad of Walters and Hilditch grabbing the win. And that means we have a new leader of our men's under-19 Madison National Championships, the Victorian squad of Alistair Norris and Max Nussbaum, currently leading overall by 1 point ahead of the Kiwis Crampton and Dalton. The sassy pair of Oliver Ward and William Brown now up to third place with 22 points, our leaders on 27. So our riders in purple from New Zealand, Cole Faringa and Alex Berta, haven't really factored in the main sprints much until now. They've only got 2 points so far, but it looks like they're on the verge of gaining themselves 20 points, and that would vault them up into the top 4. So that would take them from equal 6th to equal 3rd as the catch is now made by Alex Berta there. So 20 points for that squad means there is now a tie for 3rd. So Norris and Nussbaum, the Victorians with the white sleeves, leading at the moment. The Kiwis in white, Dalton and Crampton currently in 2nd. They are 1 point behind. Norris and Nussbaum on 27, the Kiwis 26th. Then it is a two-way tie for 3rd place with 22 points between the sassy pairing of Ward and Brown and the purple Kiwi pair of Faringa and Berta. So 2 laps to go to the next sprint. It's winding up again. This time it's Oliver Ward from Sassy. He's going out ahead of Lachlan Walters from QAS. He switches it over to Hilditch now. Max Nussbaum is right there for VIS. And Lockie Stewart from VIS is chasing as well. So 1 lap to go. Oliver Ward just about to hand over to William Brown. A very nicely timed change there from the Sassy squad. So they've been very good at winning these sprints and getting themselves 5 points at a time. They'll get another 5 here. QAS 2nd, Victoria 3rd, VIS 4. So that will be 2 points to Nussbaum and Norris, who were our overall leaders. 5 to the Sassy squad of Ward and Brown. Walters and Hilditch will gain 3 points, and 1 point there to the VIS team of Jirovic and Stewart. So after that, the Victorian team of Norris and Nussbaum are up to 29 points. They are still in 1st place and have even increased their lead by 1 point. The Sassy squad of Ward and Brown are 2nd on 27 points. The Kiwi duo of Crampton and Dalton in the white and black are 3rd with 26 points. Then the other Kiwi squad to have gained a lap, Faringa and Berta, are 4th on 22. Then the QAS squad of Walters and Hilditch are currently in 4th place, I believe, 4th or 5th with 18. 5th place it is. So Lockie Stewart, former age group time trial national champion, trying to gain a lap on his own. Max Nussbaum knows those games very well and has raced a lot against Lockie Stewart, so those two will be very familiar with what each other bring to the table. They also realise they could be good allies at a time like this. Lockie Stewart gaining a lap is the best way for the VIS squad to get back into the mix. If they were to gain a lap here, they would take the lead of this under-19 Madison National Championship, at the very least until the Victorian squad of Norris and Nussbaum were to do so. So it has been a breathless men's Madison here. I'm almost as out of breath as most of the riders, and we've still got 44 laps to go. So 3 laps now till the, no, 2 laps it is to the next sprint, and it's still Norris and Jirovic leading this Madison, going through turn 2 now, coming into the back straight. They'll come up to the riders in green from New Zealand and the black team of Villawood. They're both being lapped. So 1 lap to go until the next sprint, as it's now Norris and Stewart. They're passing the Guest Picks Racing squad. They'll lose 20 points for being lapped. So Lockie Stewart looks like he's keen to get himself back in this sprint. He will go up and he will take 5 points there for 1st place. Then I think second will go to the team in green from New Zealand who were caught. Third place there for QAS. So that will bump the team of Walters and Hilditch a little further up the standings. And interestingly, the sassy pairing of Ward and Brown, nowhere to be seen in that sprint. So 4 sprints left in this men's under-19 Madison National Championship. As it's now the QAS riders having a crack off the front. No, it's not actually. This is the purple squad of Cole Faringa and Alex Berta. They've got 22 points so far, only 2 of which were gained by their prowess in the sprints. The rest have been by gaining laps. So they've gained 1 lap on this main field, and they think their best chance of winning is to gain another lap. So Berta it is who's handed it over now to Cole Faringa. As we'll give you an update on the overall scores after sprint 7 of 12. So first place in that last sprint went to the team of Jirovac and Stewart. The QAS squad of Walters and Hilditch were second, Norris and Nussbaum third, gaining 2 points, and Faringa and Borta got 1. So after 8 sprints, Norris and Nussbaum lead this men's under-19 Madison Championship with 31 points. The sassy team of Ward and Brown have 27 points in second place. Crampton and Dalton, the New Zealanders in the white, are in third with 26 points. Then it is Faringa and Borta, the other squad from New Zealand, or one of the other squads from New Zealand, I should say, with 23 points. Then it is the QAS squad of Walters and Hilditch with 21 points, and the VIS team of Jirovac and Stewart with 17 points. So 3 laps to go until our next sprint. 4 sprints left. Remember, the last one is worth double points, so you can get 10 points if you manage to win that last sprint. Of course, that's easier said than done. Lockie Stewart now taking over the driving at the front of that main punch. He's got Samuel Hilditch from the University of Queensland in his wheel, or he doesn't anymore. His teammate Ollie Jirovac does, as it's now the guest picks team in third place there, the white torso and the blue sleeves. So 1 lap to go until the next sprint. Ollie Jirovac there, being challenged around the outside by Lockie Walters it is from QAS. Walters now moving clear into the front of this sprint. So Walters will come through. He'll take 5 points. That'll do good things for the point standing of the QAS squad. VIS gets second place and 2. Well, 3 points, I should say, for getting second place. 2 points for third place for the Kiwi squad of Crampton and Dalton. And I have to say, I think the commissaires will need to tell me who got 4th in that sprint. I think it may potentially have been the team in green. So Faringa and Borta grabbed 5 points in that last sprint. Walters and Hilditch grabbed 3. Jirovac and Stewart grabbed 2. And Crampton and Dalton got 1 point. I missed the New Zealanders who were out the front of the race. So after 9 sprints out of 12, Norris and Nussbaum still leading overall with 31 points. Faringa and Borta now up to second with 28. Ward and Brown from Sassy tied for third with Crampton and Dalton from New Zealand. So those 2 teams are both on 27. So although Norris and Nussbaum are leading this Madison overall, Alistair Norris is struggling to hold on to this main bunch here. They may well see the front of this race right away from them, as 2 of the Kiwi teams now teaming up at the front of this men's Madison. So the New Zealand squad of Crampton and Dalton there. So it's Crampton who has just been overtaken by Ollie Jirovac. So the VIS rider Jirovac just ahead of Crampton. Then it is QAS, and I think that might be Borta. 5 laps till the next sprint. It is actually Cole Faringa who is the 4th of those riders. He now hands it over to Borta. A handsling at the front for the VIS squad of Jirovac. He hands it back to Stewart, as it is Remy Dalton who is keeping him company, the New Zealander in the white and black. A bit of a gap there. 3 riders making up the rest of that main bunch. So QAS, Sassy and the team of Faringa and Borta in the mix there, as Alistair Norris has very nearly joined back up to that main field. That's been a great effort from Norris and Nussbaum. They were the better part of 100 metres down a couple of laps ago, but will they have any juice left to gain some points in these next few sprints? So the QAS team of Hilditch and Walters, so that's Hilditch handing off to Walters now. So a good advantage for the QAS boys. Coming into the bell for the next lap. And that is Lockie Walters, who is leading that main bunch from QAS. The Queenslanders have been getting stronger and stronger as this race is going on. They've been gradually moving themselves up the board. As a little bit further back, second and third place will be between New Zealand and VIS. So QAS take first place, New Zealand second, VIS third, Sassy fourth. No points there for the leaders, Norris and Nussbaum. And that will have really condensed things at the top of the standings there. That'll have moved things much closer together, as there are now just 2 sprints left. I think that sprint there might even have moved the Kiwis back into the lead. No, they're 1 point shy. So Norris and Nussbaum still leading this Madison with 2 sprints to go. They're leading on 31 points. Then it's the Kiwis in the white and black, Crampton and Dalton. They're on 30 points. Then on 29 points, it's the QAS pair of Walters and Hilditch. Then we've got 2 teams both on 28 points, the Sassy duo of Ward and Brown, and the New Zealand squad of Faringa and Borta with the navy blue jerseys and the purple sleeves. So there are 5 squads within 3 points at the top of this men's Madison. Your guess is as good as mine as to who is going to win, but I tell you what, it's going to be a real thrill ride the whole way there. The pace just easing at the front of this field now. Alistair Norris at the front of this bunch, just behind one of the riders from the Guest Picks Racing squad. So Norris hands over to Max Nussbaum. The team in the Victorian white and blue have sort of been out of the action for the last few laps, but they are still well and truly in the mix, and they're leading this men's Madison for under-19s, and they certainly won't let go of that lead without a fight. So 4 laps till our penultimate sprint. As looking around there, Alec Guglielmucci from Norwood Cycling Club. He's just coming alongside his fellow Norwood rider Oliver Ward there from Sassy. So Oliver Ward at the front of this race for Sassy. Guglielmucci in second. Samuel Hilditch from QAS third. Ollie Jirovic fourth. And it is one of the riders in green from New Zealand in 5th place at the moment. A little bit further back to 3 of the teams right at the top of the standings here. 2 laps to go to the next sprint. A quick change there from the Sassy team. And it's William Brown now driving there. William Brown had an excellent men's Tour of Bright in A grade. We're going to have simultaneous changes from Sassy and QAS here with 1 lap to go. Both riders getting around quickly there and safely as well, heading down the back straight. Sassy leading at the moment, QAS challenging from behind. This one's going to go right to the line, coming up, and it will be QAS taking the win. So QAS take the win in that second last sprint there, as it is Ollie Jirovic taking 3rd from the pack, 1 point crucially going to Alistair Norris from the main field. So it will be very, very tight at the top. I think Walters and Hilditch, with their win in that last sprint, might have just managed to get themselves to the top of the standings. So it is Walters and Hilditch, the QAS riders, now leading this men's Madison with 1 sprint to go. They're on 34 points. The Victorian squad of Norris and Nussbaum are on 32. The Sassy boys, Ward and Brown, are on 31. The New Zealanders, Crampton and Dalton, are on 30 and still not out of this. And it is still entirely possible that the team of Faringa and Borta could win this overall if they take this last sprint. So just 7 laps to go in this under-19 men's Madison National Championship now. New Zealand now leading this race. Hearts pounding, not just among the competitors, but several of the spectators too, I would wager. Remy Dalton it is, leading the charge. The QAS team, who have been down the board all through this Madison, have now only come to the top with one sprint left. The Australians looking around themselves a little bit here, as the task of pacemaking now goes to Alex Borta, one of the New Zealanders in the chasing field. So our team of Crampton and Dalton would still well and truly vault themselves into first place if they were to take the win here. They don't want to let themselves, the rest of the field don't want to let themselves be caught out here. 3 laps to go now, as Riley Crampton really has the bit between his teeth at the front of this race. Alistair Norris charging from behind for Victoria. Lockie Stewart in the VIS colours just behind. QAS are really being challenged here. Will they have enough to stand up to the challenge of the New Zealanders? Only 2 laps to go now. The New Zealanders in first place. Coming through with one last change for New Zealanders. Crampton hands it back over to Remy Dalton. At the front of the main field, Norris changes it over to Nussbaum. The bell goes. Remy Dalton for New Zealand has got 1 lap left in this Madison. Max Nussbaum making a huge charge there, as further back, the Sassy squad are trying to chase him down. Coming up towards the line, New Zealand will take first place in that final sprint. Coming up towards the line now, being challenged by Sassy. Sassy take second place. Max Nussbaum takes third for Victoria. I think that was Alex Borta who took fourth there. I think the New Zealand pair of Crampton and Dalton might have just done enough to take the win with their victory in that final sprint, but I wasn't good enough in maths at school to tell you for sure. A fabulous Madison from all of our competitors there. My heart is pounding through my chest. And the scoreboard still hasn't been updated with the results of that last sprint. The commissaires are conferring. Let's have a round of applause, folks, for all of the competitors in this Madison. Absolutely wonderful cycling entertainment. As the results of the final sprint go up, Crampton and Dalton take 10 points for first. Ward and Brown get 6 points for second. Norris and Nussbaum 4 points for third. And that means it will be the Kiwis, Crampton and Dalton, who go out the winners overall. But the Australian Championship will go to Oliver Ward and William Brown from the South Australian Institute of Sport. Third place to the Victorian team of Alistair Norris and Max Nussbaum there, after a seesawing back and forth doozy of a Madison. Moments of heroism and bravery from just about every single rider in that field over the course of that 120 laps. That is track racing at its very, very finest, folks. Just a taste of what's to come here at Disc over the next 3 days. Copy. So I know it's hard to believe, but we still have one more race to conclude our action here on day 1 of the 2025 Austral Wheel Race Carnival, as our victorious Kiwis, Riley Crampton and Remy Dalton, get a couple of key photos for social media. Always important to cross that off after a big win, and that was indeed a big win for those two. Very, very happy boys from the land of the long white cloud. Big pats on the back there. They'll be smiling all the way back to Aotearoa with that one. So believe it or not, we do actually have one race left. The third heat in our women's under-19 sprint bronze medal final. So our bronze medal final coming down to a third and final sprint between Olivia Wright and Hope Harnetti. as the Jaws music plays ominously in the background here at Disc. So Wright won the first of the sprints between these two. Harnetti won the second. It will be Queensland versus Victoria here in our final race of the day. It's been absolutely fantastic to be able to bring you the action. Big thanks to all of those who have made it possible, our volunteer broadcast crew, made up of several parents who have volunteered their time and their efforts to bring you the live stream, not just to Australia, but to folks who have been watching around the world. We've had people tuning in from not only New Zealand, but also the United States and the UK as well. Thanks, of course, to the commissaires, without whom none of this would be possible, and to the folks at AusCycling for all the hard work they've done bringing a big day like this together. So 2 laps left to go for Wright and Harnetti. Wright employing the tactic that she used in both of the opening 2 sprints. She led out from a long way in the first sprint and won. She tried it again in the second sprint and lost. Third time might be the charm for Olivia Wright as the Queenslander leads them through. 1 lap to go in today's racing here at Disc. Olivia Wright being challenged down the back straight by Hope Harnetti. The rider from Castlemaine drawing level to the Queenslander as they come into turn 3. Coming out of turn 4, the Victorian is just ahead. She comes up towards the line. Hope Harnetti takes it. So the Victorian will go away with the bronze medal from our sprint racing here today. A valiant 4th place for Olivia Wright. So we will now have a short break in the action before we present our podium for the men's under-19 Madison National Championship. Sorry, repeat, please. Copy that. So our presentations will be getting underway shortly. We'll be presenting the medals before both the Sprint and the Madison National Championships. So our presentations for the women's under-19 sprint competition will now take place. Presentations being made by Louise Jones, AusCycling's head of track. In third place today from Castlemaine Cycling Club, winner of the bronze medal, Hope Harnetti. In second place today, the winner of the silver medal from Norwood Cycling Club, April Catt. And first place today and winner of the gold medal from Balmoral Cycling Club, Ella Liang. Congratulations to all of our podium finishers in the women's under-19 sprint. The presentations for the men's under-19 sprint will now take place. Presentations to be made by Louise Jones, AusCycling's head of track. In third place today, the winner of the bronze medal from Brunswick Cycling Club, Isaac Byrne. In second place today from Lidcombe Auburn Cycling Club, Patrick May. And first place today and the winner of the gold medal from Canberra Cycling Club, Angus Withington. Congratulations to all of our podium finishers in the men's under-19 sprint. And it is now time for the presentations for the men's under-19 Madison National Championship. As our riders come to the podium area, presentations to be made by Louise Jones, head of track at AusCycling. In third place today, and the winners of the bronze medal from Victoria, Alistair Norris and Max Nussbaum. In second place today, the winners of the silver medal from the South Australian Sports Institute, Oliver Ward and William Brown. And as the highest finishing Australian pairing, Oliver Ward and William Brown will be awarded the Madison National Championship for Australia. So congratulations to them on their National Championship title. And in first place today, and the winners of the gold medal, representing New Zealand, Riley Crampton and Remy Dalton. Congratulations to all of our podium finishers in the men's under-19 Madison National Championship. Folks, that concludes an excellent day's racing here at DISC, the first day of Austral Week for 2025. We hope you've enjoyed being with us. We wish you safe travels home, and we'll see you back here bright-eyed and bushy-tailed for day 2 of Austral Week tomorrow. No, it's okay. I can do it.